Morning, everybody, and welcome to this council meeting where we're going to be deliberating on the long-term plan. So, councillors, I'm sure you've been doing quite a bit of reading over the weekend. Lots of information to be absorbed, and we do have a bit of a process that we'll run through very shortly on how we're going to deal with that. So, welcome though to members of the public who may be watching the live stream, to members of the media, and to councillors and staff. So we're going to first of all just take apology. So we do have apology today for Deputy, or for the 2 days for Deputy Mayor Halilele. Do we have any other apologies over the next 2 days? Everyone's expecting to be here. That's great. Someone move, we accept that one. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Ryan, thank you very much. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And those against, that is carried. Declarations of interest. None. Don't have anyone for public forum. Moving to the decision report, which is the only report for us for this next 2 days. So hand over to Mr. Palmley.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand over to Ms. McIntosh pretty shortly, but just to reiterate that we had a really great response to our LTP consultation. This is really to get an understanding of what that's telling us and to start to give a steer as to what decisions we need to make. Clearly from the financial briefing we've had, there's some tough decisions to make. We can't do everything we want to do, and we can't do everything everyone else wants us to do. And have a balanced budget and keep rates down in the financial environment we're in. So the first part of this is really taking us through some of the findings from the consultation before starting to get into the deliberations and where you want to land on some of the things that came up through consultation before we move into the wider deliberations. So with that, I'll hand over to Ms. McIntosh.
Thank you, Mr. Palmley. So I'll take the report as read, and as the Mayor has advised, there is a lot of reading there. As Mr. Palmley said, we did receive 650 submissions to the long-term plan, which is a really great amount of submissions. And in addition to that, we received 5 submissions to the development contribution and financial contribution policy. The deliberation process is actually about considering those submissions that were received, and actually looking at those that have requested action or financial support and new projects and proposals, considering that feedback and the questions that were raised at the hearings. We've tried to respond to a lot of those questions here today. Some of those questions that were raised, we didn't have sufficient time, but we'll go through that when we work through. So what we're proposing today is to start looking at the feedback and engagement on the development contributions policy initially, and then moving into the long-term plan after that, going through the engagement and then the analysis that's been provided by topic for the long-term plan, and then looking at the requests from submission hearings, and then going through the initiatives list that we've talked about earlier today. So if that is a suitable process, then we can start right into the DC. That's a nod there from the Mayor. Thank you. So just looking at first then the development contribution and financial contribution policy, and I may refer to that as DC policy in short term, so for listeners. So there were the 5 submissions to the draft policy on DCs and FCs that were considered at hearings. The next step in the DC policy itself is the directions that you give today on that DC policy. We do have some additional dates after the deliberations, the 15th and the 28th, to discuss financials. So if there is any more information regarding those that's required, then we can bring those to later dates. If not, directions on the DC policy will be brought towards the 27th of May would be when we look to adopt the DC policy, so that we adopt the LTP policy at the end of June in isolation. So we've got some time to discuss that and get that out of, bring that forward. So looking at attachment 1, that's just the summary of the engagement that we had. So we engaged in parallel with the long-term plan for the DC policy. There were a number of key items that we went out there for the proposal of changes, statement proposal. And they were all relatively minor, but was just really corrections to those policies in a lot of places. And we introduced 3 remissions there, one for the development on Māori land, one for social housing developments, and one for residential care for non-premium care beds. And the others were just some clarity through that policy to meet different acts and to satisfy, just make it a lot easier for our community to understand. So we, through the course of the long-term plan engagement, we engaged on the development contributions. We didn't do a lot of heavy, it was promoted every time that we had the LTP. It's in the engagement document for the LTP. We did some drops on Facebook, and we did, it had its own submission page. So in total, we had 122 visits to the page, and we just had the 5 submissions that we received. You'll see through that document, there's some examples there of the promotions we put out there in the Waitaki Weekly. We did remind people that that is one of the things that we are looking for feedback on. And yeah, we just had the 5 submissions, which is about, I think in the last LTP, we had, I think it was about 10 submissions to the DC policy. So it's one of those ones that it impacts those who use that, who relate to that policy. While all developers are impacted by it, we just have little feedback on it. So on attachment 2, unless there's any questions to attachment 1, we can move on to attachment 2. Okay.
Councillor
I have
Hopkins.
one question. This issue of other councils not applying DCs to businesses. You have said in the summary of responses to submitters that you haven't had a chance to do an exhaustive check, but you've looked at 3 other South Island councils, and you have confirmed that Selwyn applies DCs to commercial, so does Ashburton, and so does CODC. We have, I just think we need to, I would like to see us engage with Business South, who echoed Simon Berry's submission on this matter, and see what evidence they've got that other councils do or do not do this. And it would help to either lay to rest a misunderstanding that may exist locally, or it may give us some insight as to what other people do. I did notice last week, I wish I could remember what it was, but there was a local council, and I think it was news that came to Jim and I when we were down in Invercargill for this resource management briefing. But I remember a local council just had a new building approved, and they were busily saying that development contributions would pay for it, which struck me as an extraordinarily curious application of DCs. So it does seem to me that there may be different approaches to development contributions that other people are taking that might be fruitful to know a bit more about.
There certainly are a wide range of applications as far as whether you will choose to apply DCs to certain activity or not. DCs and ultimately is triggered by building consent, resource consent, or application to a service connection or a COA. And that applies to any development. So whether it be commercial, residential, or any activity, it is able to apply. However, as we've discussed before in previous discussions around DCs, some councils may want to use development contributions to encourage a particular activity. So we discussed in previous reviews of our DC policy whether we would look at reviewing DC application to a certain activity. I think we were talking about at one stage whether we used a reconsideration process for encouraging development within our CBD, that kind of thing. And I know Nelson City Council definitely has done some in their policy in the past. I'm not sure if it's in their current one, but in the past they encouraged activity to the CBD by waiving DCs for, I think it may have been for residential units built in the CBD. And that may be something that some councils are doing. They may decide that they want to waive it for commercial activity within the red zone or something like that in Christchurch. You know, that it is something that each council can choose to do to promote activity in a specific area that they are wanting to encourage that growth in. So that is something that different policies choose different things, and I can have a look at some of those policies and get some examples of those for you where councils are using DCs for those activities. And that is why we have those remissions that we proposed as well. It's like trying to look at supporting different activities that happen in our district, you know. So it is within each council to determine what they want to encourage an activity. And there may be some examples where what was raised in those submissions that some councils have given a relief to commercial. It may be because they're trying to encourage a certain activity. I'm not sure, but I can ask that question to Business South for examples of exactly what council they're referring to.
Supplementary question in regard to that. We still have a deemed credits provision in our DCs, don't we, with regard to business developments? And the other thing is, have we factored into the current DC model that we're employing with regard, say, to water, the fact that businesses are likely to be metered, and that in fact the DC can be actually levied through an amended meter charge rather than a one-off payment at the start?
So just to clarify on the first point, the deemed credit can apply to residential as well as to business. And that's because if, for example, we've had a couple of situations where a house has been knocked down and they've had to replace that house due to whatever event. With regard to the water and metering, that isn't being considered at this stage because that's not in the immediate policy that we've rated, that we've accumulated those costs against. So that's later that we'd be looking at that, not in this immediate policy.
I do think it's something worth looking at because it would actually take some sting out of the DC burden payable at the outset of a new venture if it was actually structured as an amended meter charge for a specified period of time. It would be perhaps more palatable and more affordable.
Just a bit of feedback on some others. Dunedin does have a DC policy. Timaru doesn't, but they have financial contribution policy, which takes the place of DCs. And Waimate, I believe, may be similar to that. Mackenzie has a mix of financial and development contribution. So yeah, the ones I've looked up, I haven't seen anything different, and certainly our neighbouring ones, which arguably could be the most in line for competing for commercial business, etc. They all have something of that type of cost to developers. So they are there. Anyone else on attachment 2? Okay. Attachment 3. You want to go to that one?
So attachment 3 is the community engagement on the long-term plan. So on the DCs, what officers have recommended there on that is no change to policy proposed through the course of the DC policy based on submissions that were received. Any other comments that we have received from submitters, they're all very essentially summarised there. So there was nothing else to add to that. Regarding this, sorry.
I don't mean to be pedantic, but I would question our use of radio. I mean, I listen to a couple of radio stations. One of them is, by way of rating, the #1 commercial radio station in the country. I never heard a single thing on that station about the LTP, not a single ad, and yet I know the local ads are pretty cheap, because I've had occasion to buy them for other reasons and other circumstances. And I would even remind officers that I think some years ago, I'm not sure, Gary, if you were mayor at the time or not, or on the council at the time, I think we actually bought time on that station one morning for, I think, either 1 or 3 hours of talkback on an LTP. So
I don't think I was there. I certainly wouldn't do that to people.
Pardon?
There we are.
Well, I can't remember. I can't remember who it was who did, and I think there was more than one voice responding to questions. But I do think that I'm not entirely convinced that we're using radio as effectively as we could.
Thank you for the feedback, and you are correct, we didn't pay for any radio space. The radio time that we utilised was simply when officers had weekly slot, and I think the mayor had his weekly slot as well through radio, and that was the only promotional time spent. We did not spend any money on that. We just tried to keep our budget down and try the maximised reach that we could obtain through without trying to put too many drops in too many places, but we really went hard on this consultation despite trying to keep the costs down, and did try some different reaches this time. As you can see through that, we received 1,407 downloads of the consultation document online on our website platform. We also, through that engagement, tried something different with the newspaper by putting out the hard copy wrap around the Oamaru Mail, which was 10,000 copies of that, just over 10,000 copies, and was delivered to households across the district, up as far as Otamatata and down to Palmerston. And then outside of Palmerston and Otamatata, they're available for people to collect. So we had a really good response through that as well. And it did show that we had about 100 copies were received through the newspaper wrap of the 650 submissions received. And even though that there was only 100 received that way, it did also direct people to go to the website as well. So we do think that was a really good opportunity to utilise that, and with a good reach, sort of about a 17% reach of feedback through that form. It was good for the long-term plan, and it was an investment that we would normally shy away from that cost, but it was worthwhile doing that for this. We wanted people to be able to engage with this fully and be a part of this long-term plan, because there were some really big issues in there. A big part of our promotion, of course, we had the community meetings, and we had the weekly Facebook Live sessions. And the weekly Facebook Live sessions, again, were very well supported, with sort of an average of about 50 people attending each session live. And then we have reach back into that afterwards, where people, go back and watch it and listen into that information. So they have been really, really well listened to. So I think you'll see on the last page of that community engagement summary there, the Let's Talk platform, 1,250 document downloads, but also it was 4,800 visits to that website. So a really well supported the Let's Talk platform. So yeah.
That's one other question. If you look at chart 3, submitter age, 55% of everyone who submitted was over the age of 50. So you got 21% between 50 and 64, and 34% over the age of 65, I should say. I'm wondering, equally, if you look at the next page, chart 4, by my calculation, looking at the various headings, European, New Zealand, European, Pakeha, and so forth, you've got 340 of the submitters identifying as European, New Zealand European, 210 offer no ethnicity. So we're still getting a predominantly New Zealand European older age group responding, which may in part reflect the demographics of the district. But I'm also wondering whether it actually might persuade us perhaps to consider some more traditional media platforms to engage with those groups, because they're more likely still to be using those platforms.
Thank you, and that's a really good comment, and I think partly why we did look at the long-term plan wrap around the Oamaru Mail with the summary document there and that, but it's definitely, a good comment, and we'll take that on board for our next long-term plan. But it was really encouraging to see the number of submitters from that 25 to 49 year age group, which was a lot higher than we have had in the past as well, and a great level of support there from the under 18s, which is largely driven through the OIS students. But yeah.
Councillor Ryan.
I was just about to argue the opposite to Councillor Hopkins, that if we are trying to reach the younger age demographic, then we need to be thinking about other ways of engaging. But in saying that, I know a lot of young people who did submit, and because of the different ways that communication was done, especially digitally this year, one person in particular who submitted as a direct result of the Jason Momoa meme. So just thinking about different ways, you know, that we can be reaching those groups. So, but just, yeah, congratulations, comms team, for trying some new things.
Thank you. So I guess moving right through those submitter information, that was just at the front end there was just an analysis of the submitter demographics. And I think if you look at the first chart there, chart 1, the submitter ward, you can see that we had a really good representation across our district there. And obviously within each ward, there was some trigger levels of interest within them. Within the Waiheme ward, we had a great number of responses there, which was a lot of that was triggered through the Hampden Hall interest. Through the Aharere ward, we had the key topics there that was of appeal, was sort of interest, was the Kurau and Amarama halls based on the feedback they received from that ward. And then Corridale ward, we had a good number of submissions responding to Beach Road, Kakanui Beach, Kakanui Hall, and just general comments there from that ward. And then Oamaru was very much general across all topics. So, yeah.
Would you say that's been different from other years, Mandy, with the percentages of feedback there?
Yes, it is. We probably haven't done as much a thorough analysis before in previous years, but we haven't sort of had as a nice even spread within the Corridale and Aharere and Waiheme before. So it's good to get that level of interest coming through. And that was what we really wanted to do through this, was to increase our reach across the whole district. We didn't want to be just hearing from Oamaru. We wanted to be hearing from right across our district. That was one of the key success points for us.
Yeah, I'd certainly say the percentages are quite reflective of population percentages for those areas. So with certainly Oamaru down a little bit from its, so yeah, it's been a good result as far as that goes. Councillor McCone.
I'd just like to concur. Yeah, the percentages are probably a true reflection of those that pay the bills in the district. And I'd also like to compliment though the comms team on doing it for the response we got. And I think we can only build from that in the future, because I think you've got a great turnout and we've got a huge amount of submissions. So something's working. So continue the good work. Thank you.
So moving through to the actual topic analysis. So there's a lot of work being done here. So thank you for the team for that work. And we worked together with the IT team as well to get a cross-check across our information we've pulled. So what we've done here is presented the analysis by topic in line with what's was put to the consultation document. So you can see, just going through by topic 1, the water service delivery. And we have used a sample size of 650, which is based on the total number of submissions rather than those that have responded to each individual question, because that gives us a consistent number that we have looked at. So the sample size N equals 650. So on the water services delivery, the dominant support was for option B, status quo, which Amanda's talked through and shown some graphs on that earlier. And then just on the next page, you'll see some of the comments that were picked up from that water services topic, sort of some clustered topics there, feedback that we received, just to give that a little bit of sensory around those feedback we've got, where some people have said their result, but it was an only if kind of a result. So they'd be happy to support this, but only if it reduced their rates or something. So there's those comments there.
Just on that one, I just note that this was a first step, and we're going to be having a council meeting Friday this week. It's come around already. Where we'll be agreeing on consultation to go out with a lot more detail on water services delivery for the future, and we look forward to people submitting on that. The submissions that were made have been really helpful in identifying what people's concerns were, or what things they had a good understanding of, and some areas where we need to make sure we've got good detail in there so that there is a good understanding of those things. So yeah, very positive and very helpful in informing this next step. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, just apropos of that first one, Mandy, Ms. McIntosh,
Try some more.
Well, I'm just sorry, we are in the chamber and in theory, we're meant to be sort of a little bit more formal than we might be when we're sort of bending the elbow at the local watering hole of an evening. It was, the point was made. The point was made at last week's council meeting by Lisa Howard Sullivan. I think that in fact she argued, I think, that only 577 or 439 people had actually commented. If you subtracted don't know at 73 and no option selected 138, you end up with not 650 but 577 or 439 responses. And she argued that that altered the percentages of those who had expressed a view, and if you took her calculation into account, option B was supported by more than 50% of submitters. Has anyone in the looking at responses taken that argument into account, and do you have a response to it?
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. As said, we went for the consistent N equals 650, which was our total number of submissions. Irrelevant of whether we include the no option selected or the don't know, the purport, like the dominant pie, the dominant piece, that it doesn't change that the dominant response was status quo on the water services delivery. It doesn't change that the option for going to the CCO was the second largest. So it may change that percentage that it represents, but it doesn't change the dominant outcome, which is what we are using, or what you are using for, your information as we go forward. So does that make that clear enough, Councillor Hopkins?
Yes, sure. But it is true to say that in almost every instance, we haven't had 650 responses. We've had a smaller number than that, if we deduct either no option selected or don't know.
And that's correct. And the reason why we chose that N equals 650, because that was the total number of submissions. Some people did not say they don't know, so that's quite a specific one. They just don't know what they prefer. They simply didn't have a don't know, like that was what they ticked. When no option selected, a lot of those were because there were companies that were just submitting on a specific topic or whatever. But some of them answered every other question, but they just chose not to do that one. So that is why we chose to keep consistent sample size right across all. We felt that was better for consistency for reporting to our community, and they can see the size of the pie for each answer thereafter. So moving right along, so that's water services delivery, so water metering. We can see there that the dominant response there was to look at water metering, with 42% out of the sample size 650 supporting to look at the water metering option. And the comments there on the next page, just a sample across the submissions that were received, but a summary of those sort of comments that we received. Moving on to the climate change infrastructure investment, whether we should invest more in stormwater infrastructure, 50% said yes to that. And again, some of the comments that were there received in summary on that following sheet. With regard to changing climate and beach road, the dominant response there was for managed retreat road closure option. And with that, you can see that those that opted for that, there was a mixed emotion in that. It is an emotional topic, the beach road. While some people didn't want it closed, they acknowledged that the cost of it was prohibitive to keep it open, but they would like it to be still acknowledged as an access way to the beach, or as a place that people can go and enjoy in some way or another. So, and a lot of concern around that environmental, impact for future. So yeah, there was a lot of feedback there, and it is one of those emotional topics that people are connected to that piece of road and what it represents for our district. For topic 4, boosting growth, you can see there that the preferred option was to remain as status quo, 34% of 650, and feedback there. On the council property, There's a couple of pages on this one based on going into the properties. But so 50% have said that they'd like to, or just over 50% have said they'd like to test the market on the properties, and some of the feedback there and concerns around timing of testing the market was something that came through from a number of those submitters. Is now the right time with the market being in its current position, or do we wait? But we went through the analysis on each by property. Was there any that people didn't want to specifically look at? So we've accounted for all of the individual responses there as well on topic 5 and on the 3rd page of that information. On community halls, the majority have said that they don't want us to be selling. But then again, when we look further into it, there's some halls that have indicated that they would like us to have a conversation. We were never going to be selling them. We asked the question whether the halls wanted us to work with them to look at whether they wanted their hall sold or repurposed. We were never intending to go out and sell them. We don't own a lot of those halls, but a number of the halls have come back and said they would like us to have a conversation as to what we can do to work with them together to try and support looking at how we can potentially change the use or use it another way to try and drive some funds into their revenue into there. So we've got a few halls that we'll follow up with the hall committees and see what we can do to support them there.
Are we entitled to know what, I mean, is it fair and reasonable to ask you to tell us or tell the community which halls?
Yeah, you can see that on the 3rd page of that feedback. So there's the community halls where you can see there's that graph there that's got, like for example, looking at the top line, Airedale Hall said 5 people said they'd like to talk to us more. 1 person said they don't know, and 1 person didn't answer whether they wanted to. They indicated that Airedale was their hall, but they didn't answer whether they wanted to talk to us. So we'd reach out to Airedale Hall and have a conversation with them and say, look, this is what we've got received through the submissions. Do you want to have a conversation on, you know, what we could do differently to try and help you guys, or to try and look at the future? You know, what are the options for that hall? So you can see through there, we'd make contact with a number of those hall committees now just to have a bit of a conversation and see what way we can help them in any way. Yeah. Then moving right along, council housing, 60% said that council should continue to provide council housing units. And then the deep dive comments that we had there. And then of that, we've then asked, do you think ratepayers should subsidise the cost of council's housing units? And 38% said yes. And there was some thoughts, some feedback there as well. And then on council housing, we further went into what amount do we think is an acceptable amount for each ratepayer to contribute per year to subsidise them. And we put the options that were there from this consultation document being 10, 20, 30 or 40, and then an other. So yeah, that was all supported there by going for an other amount. So yeah, we need to look at that future, and that council housing information is feeding into a separate stream of work that they're going to reach a conclusion on in September 26th. I think we'll be working on towards that one. So the holiday rentals, we asked whether council should charge a commercial fee, and 47% I should say said yes, that we should be. So there's a lot of comments to that, and we now need to look at how we would actually go around working to implement and what the basis we'd take that on. And as well, some of the feedback was what we would, if we took a fee, whether it go to holiday, whether it go to tourism, or whether it go to social housing, and those things that we're yet to work through now that we've had that directive. That is something we want to look at. We had the question there on projects. Was there any feedback on the projects list? And we did receive a lot of feedback on that. And so that was just a very high level summary there on the projects feedback. And then topic 10 being fees and charges, a very high level summary there as well on fees and charges comments, but general fees and charges support is keep the raises fairly low, but it should be user pays where that activity deems. And then any other comments, we just asked some general comments and for general themes that were coming through. So there was a lot of feedback on rates increases and debt levels and concern around that. There were a lot of common theme being back to basics for council. Affordability for ratepayers is something that's a big concern. And then we had a number of submissions came through in support for the geopark. And at the same time, we had others questioning whether it is something we should be continuing. We also had a lot of support, or a number of support for the Wataki Valley Health Hub funding there. We had a lot of comments around the Network Waitaki Event Centre, both for and against that. Was now the right time? And then others that say that is something that our community needs. We had some questions there around the Hampden wastewater and why that hasn't been prioritised. And then we had a number of feedback on the 10th Street Trail, mixed views on whether that is adding the value. So that is the feedback there in summary. So if there's nothing else to that, we can move along to the next point.
So anything on that, councillors? Councillor Hopkins?
Well, the one thing that I did take out of this, given that there's a general aversion to change and also a loss aversion that I think perhaps is reflected in the status quo advocacy for with regard to water, I noted that a higher number of people backed the idea of a new EDA for the penguin colony than I had anticipated. I thought, given the response last year, it would be quite low. But in fact, the status quo, the advocacy for the status quo and the new EDA, there's only 5% difference between them, 34 and 29%. And interestingly enough, with housing and the subsidies, again, you've only got a 6% difference between those who say, yes, there should be subsidies, oddly enough, the preferred amount being either 10 or 40, both of which got 12% support. But then you've got 32% saying no subsidy at all. So communities reasonably divided, reasonably equally. There are opinions in the community that are reasonably similar in size in respect of both of those issues, as far as this response to those questions in the LTP consultation document are concerned.
Thank you. Councillor Blackley.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess just as an overarching comment, I just think it's, you know, it's difficult for us all included to kind of distill what the responses from 650 people across the whole district actually mean. And you know, are they representative of, like, are they a representative sample set of what we would get if the whole district participated in the process? Because I mean, there's a number of options for those that didn't participate. Like, I mean, it could be that they're pessimistic about engaging with council, or their silence could be acceptance of our preferred options that we've put forward, or it could just signal that there's trust from those that didn't participate in the organisation to make the right decision, you know, that we all collectively make based on the information we have at hand. So I guess I'm interested to understand how you guys will take what we have here and distill that into some sort of direction, because I mean, it's not real clear, is it? It's, you know, while there is a dominant flavour to each topic, it's not totally clear cut either.
You're 100% on all of those reasons that you've said are all the reasons why the community did or didn't pass that feedback. Our what we've done here is tried to summarise the information that we've received from our community, those that did pass it to us, that did share their feedback to us, which we you know, is so valuable, so that when you do make the decisions that you go forward, that you've got the best information that we've received from our community on the summarised version. But we can't, the other, you know, 27,000 people that didn't respond, we can't get that information to you. We have to listen to what we've heard. We have to take that into consideration as to inform you all when you make your decisions going forward. That's the best that we can provide you on what we've received from our community. So I'm not sure what else, if there's other things you want, then please direct us.
Oh, I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, position anyone into giving an answer. It's just a philosophical question I have is that, you know, how do we kind of use that as and put trust whether or not that is an accurate proxy for those that didn't participate, or like how do we quantify that?
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, you can't say it's accurate. I mean, you've seen in the demographics there that it's not a representative sample, but you know, it's consultation that, you know, whereby people have elected to respond or not respond, and it's one source of information that you have as the decision makers, and ultimately it comes down to your decision and what weight you put on that. And bearing in mind that you have access on the whole to a lot more information on these decisions than others. So I think it is, you know, one very important source of information on community sentiment of those who've responded, but it's not statistically representative. There are, you know, the swathes of our population that aren't represented in there. And again, you know, it is, you know, dominated by a section of our community. That doesn't mean their views don't count. They very much do count, but it's just one source of information. And I think, you know, individually and collectively, you need to choose what weight you put to that when making the decisions you have to make.
As we go through, you know, some of the best bits of feedback are some of the comments that people make. So when they do make those comments, and you know, within those, they may raise what their concerns are, the issues that they see. And as we go through, that may help us say, well, this is the concern they've got with this particular thing. If we still think it's worth going ahead with, how do we take care of that concern, or whatever it might be? So there is a fair amount of that has to go on. And you know, as Mr. Palmley said, we have been privy to a lot more information in the background. Sometimes some people are out there are privy to stuff we haven't heard, and so it's good to get that view as well. At the end of the day, we've got to make the best calls that we can, and we'll get into that process very shortly. Councillor McCone.
Yeah, look, on topic 11, and I think, you know, while 650 may not be a full demographic shot, the three common themes, and then when we're reading through all those submissions, are still the same, and it's significant concerns about the rate increase in debt levels, a back to basics, sticking to fundamental services, and the affordability for ratepayers, and that just keeps coming as a common theme, and we should not forget that.
I'm pretty sure we don't speak on behalf of everyone. Hate to, you know, it is something that's underlined all of this process and continues to be a core tenet of what we need to be considering. Just on the process overall, the recommendations are quite definitive around you want direction as to whether something's in or out. I think there's definitely a bunch of things where we just have to say no to, and either because we don't think it's a good idea or because we just can't afford it. There are some things where I think councillors might like to entertain the idea, but we don't know until we've got all of the financial information in front of us. And I think it's reasonable for councillors, if you want to give something a tentative status, then that can come back to us for further consideration once we've got the overall budgets, have a better understanding of that. And equally, if there's something you think definitely should be in there, then give the indication as to that as well. So we'll work our way through everything, and you know, we just have to allow for those uncertainties at the moment, and there'll be some things that we can come back to once we've got full information.
Sorry, just a question. I'm just looking at the recommendations and, are you suggesting that 3 and 4 at the moment are unduly, definitive or absolute? Some of the others seem to be, notes and analysis. Some of those seem to be more general and so on. 7 also maybe duplicates 3, I'm not sure. Or maybe not. But 3, 4 and 7, would those be the ones that you are of a mind to classify as prematurely absolute?
Something along those lines, yes. I'm busy trying to read them as you're saying about them. 7 is really around the stuff that people have raised themselves that haven't been part of the original documentation, whereas 3 and 4 are things that are in the original document. Noting other, number 6, noting other matters arising from submissions not addressed in the LTP. I'm not sure what the purpose of that particular one is. Looking over to Mandy.
That's the list that you've just been given. So that's the ones that aren't financial implications. So
Okay.
just other general information that you've
Right.
requested.
Thank you. So we'll work our way through that. Is my thoughts, Mr. Palmer.
Yeah, I was going to say we're not at the point of final decisions, but what we'd like to understand is, what in these submissions you really want to look at the potential of, including, because we'd need to do some more work around that, but also what it is you want to take out of there that's currently proposed. And I think we'll capture that so there's visibility on it. So if you say, oh, we don't think that should be in, it won't be lost. We'll put it in a place that says your steer, I think it is that we're getting, is that you don't want this in at the moment. You'll continue to have visibility on that so you can see what's changing and how it's changing, so that if there is a change of mind or some other thoughts or new information that emerges, you can come back to that.
Councillor Hopkins.
Just apropos of that, we had the live stream discussion of finances this morning, and Mr. Nicol advised us that the proposed rate increase at this stage looks as though it might have been underestimated, and that there may be an additional quantum of rates sought. To what extent is that additional quantum required to ensure we have a balanced budget, or is it all simply related to CapEx and proposals? Well, what you said was you didn't want to say what the new number is, but it's higher than 10.3. Is that simply as a result of new projects or new ideas or new possibilities, or is part of that about getting a balanced budget?
It's mainly just fine tuning the budget. So it's like ensuring that we've got the right forecast for operating costs and all that depreciation. So that's brought it up slightly. So we haven't put any of these new proposals in at all. There's a column there that outlines what the financial impact would be if we did put it in, but we haven't put anything in to balance the budget at all yet.
Okay, so essentially the putative increase you've referred to without identifying is entirely project related, and it doesn't include any new projects or any other generalities like balancing the budget.
That's correct.
Councillor Percival.
Yeah, I don't understand this. Maybe I'm not reading it correctly, but recommendation 3 and 4, it said 3 agrees on new proposals, including the carry forward blah. And then 4 approves, amends, stops or defers proposals. They're a bit contradictory. What does that mean? what it says. Yeah, well, we play it, we agree, and we don't agree. That's the kind of people we are.
Item three is essentially referring to the initiatives list, the new proposals, including the carry forwards. So that's the initiatives list at the back. And the item 4 is referring to it's just essentially, you're right. It's basically a repeat of that same one, but it's the list. The previous one is including the carry forward budget, and that one is the list that was consulted on.
So basically, you've got two bits of paper in front of you right now. So one of them is all the new submissions. So that's one point. You can agree whether to include or not all of these new ones. There's about $20 million worth of capital requests there. And then the other one is the LTP initiatives. So that's the listing, the projects that we went out for consultation on. In the consultation document, there's a full listing of all these projects. And we've put the 20 million of deferred CapEx included that in it as well. So it needs another good look at so you're aware of where we put, what years we put that extra deferred 20 million from the 25 financial budget. So it's the consultation, the listing that we went out for consultation on, plus we've put extra deferred CapEx projects from 25, and this is a new listing that you need to be aware of the extent of it now and have a look whether you want to move, defer, cut any of those projects.
So I think essentially what the process is, we've got to go through everything. We've got to decide whether we want it in or out. Ignore what the recommendations are. Essentially, we'll end up with, here's the list of the things that we are approving or deferring or maybe are in a tentative list.
How do we identify the carry forwards?
Well, you know what they are.
Do we? You might, I don't. How do you identify them as being carried forward into the intended LTP? What I'm saying is that if you've got something, a project carried forward from the last 3 or 4 years, it's still here. How do we identify it? Because looking back on my records, I find they have a different line number every time they come up. So I can't identify something from the past and what's there now because the line number just changed all the way. Also, what you've explained to me makes a lot of sense in your head, but it doesn't make much in mine.
Okay. Yeah, I should have, in this LTP initiatives listing, I should have identified what was the carry forward ones, the items, projects that were taken out of the 25 budget and plonked into this listing. The project numbers haven't changed, so I do have a listing of the carry forwards that you deferred at the 17th of December meeting. I do have a listing of those I could print off and give to you separately so you can work through those at the same time. But yeah, just to re-emphasize, so we went out for consultation with a project listing. There was a listing much the same as this behind the scenes that all of the public saw and they've given us feedback on. And we have put the 20 million of deferred from the 17th of December meeting and combined it into this one list so you can see the full picture of what needs to be done for the next 10 years.
So the carry forward that Guy is talking about, are they ones from previous years that we still haven't done?
Yes, they were in the 25 annual plan and council approved on the 17th of December to defer them.
Okay, right.
But at that time, we'd already put the project listing together and we're going out for consultation. Right. So it was too late to put them in and we didn't know what years. So we did some work around it and we've put them in now.
Okay.
I should have, I don't know, color coded them or made it obvious what ones they were in here.
No, it's okay. I think just getting confused around deferral and carry forward as to terminology there. So that's all right. Councillor Blackman.
I was going to ask a similar question, but it would be helpful to have that with the project numbers. But I just had a question overall regarding the LTP initiatives that are listed in this table here. So if you tally up all the projects into a total count, how many will be progressed in this list under delegation versus how many will be brought back to council with a detailed proposal and business case. And probably also just looking for I have requested this question in advance. Also looking for a split of total dollars spent delegated versus back to council for decision. Yeah, and I suppose it would be interesting further to that, just to, because the one thing this list doesn't do is split out the kind of portion of external versus council specific funds, but I hadn't requested that part of the question.
Yeah, thanks for asking that question in the middle of the night last night. Sorry, I hadn't responded. Yeah, so in terms of business cases, a lot of them do. I think that's a question we get a lot, and I wonder if it's something that maybe we need a policy on or some formal guidance on, like whether there's a threshold or certain rules, whether it be by department or type of expense or something like that. But I think if we had clear guidance on exactly what ones did need to come back, if there was a dollar value that needed to come back to council or whatever, that would be good to set behind, like, separately to this. But yeah, the bulk of them will come back for business cases or for council to approve as we get to that stage. So yeah, like anything beyond next year is just a penciled in budget at the moment. So yeah, the 26 ones over the next few months, they'll start to come to council with more scoped work, ready for tender and that sort of thing. And that's when you can have more input as to what the scope is, what the level of the budget is exactly. These are all penciled in at this point in time. Yeah, and funding wise, sorry, we have presented this previously with a funding column as well, but it's just getting enough information without too much information on one page.
So just to thanks for the answer there, Amanda, but just to clarify, like, so if we look at the 25-26 year, at this stage, the total projects listed as 66,470,000. Of that total listing of projects, if we were to approve the LTP, what is the dollar value of spend there that will either rest with at delegated levels or come back to council for a decision?
So that's million, not thousand, by the way. Like if you look at the roading section on page 2, the Kakanui Bridge has come through council, so that takes out 9.5 million there, and then the rest of your roading plan goes to the roading committee. So it's $10 million there. So that plan for the year gets scoped out and worked through the roading committee. So that's 19 million. A significant portion of those waters ones, there's 21 million of waters there. They come to council separately for approval once they're scoped. And then the next part, Network Waitaki Event Centre, obviously that's already being built. So this is the second year's worth of build. We've spent, we're in the process of spending our first half of that budget in the 25 annual plan. This is the rest of the cost of the build to happen in 2026. So you've already approved that. And then I guess it's more the last 2 pages. We need a bit of direction about what ones need to come back to council at that level, but maybe if you set a dollar threshold or something like that, then those ones can come back to council.
Yeah, I guess that raises a thing with the roading where depreciation spending was supposed to go to the roading subcommittee, but it's been argued with us that because we've agreed to it in the LTP previously, that it doesn't have to. And so that was really around making sure our priorities are considered as part of that. Councillor Blackley, do you have something else on that?
Well, it's just, I appreciate you're giving quite a detailed answer there, Amanda, but I'm not kind of connecting with something. With respect to the waters projects that you mentioned, if we approve specifically, if we use let's say the project number 4554. You know, I'm not talking about specifics of projects. I'm just exploring the principles. So if we approve that the Stoneburn water supply upgrade through this planning the LTP phase, will that come back to us for a final decision on the project, or will it rest at a delegated level for the decision to be made separate from council?
I think the easiest answer at this stage, so actually, is the financial delegation limit. So that's what 1.5. So if it's below that amount, unless council has indicated otherwise, that would be that would be undertaken under delegation. So this is the opportunity for you to say no. Actually, essentially, the projects below that threshold that you would like to see a business case on, you can indicate that, and it will come back. That's the essentially anything under that delegation. And if the project's reasonably clear, and I think, improve. So it's so very clearly the one you gave. It's like make a compliant drinking water supply at Stoneburn, and there's an agreed amount. Then, unless you indicate otherwise, it would be done under delegation. So, I suppose this is the opportunity. If there's projects in here that you have concerns about, then that would be now over the next month or so, is the time to indicate which ones you would like to see before final approval is given.
Thank you. So yeah, so on the basis of what you've just said, Mr. Hope, it would be fair to say that a good chunk of the projects listed, unless we specify today, will fall under the delegated level.
Well, it's because we don't have a more detailed policy about what things should be have a business case that is brought back to council, as opposed to a business case developed in terms to exercise the delegation. Then yes, I mean I suppose that's the purpose of delegations, is to get on and effectively manage and execute a budgeted project.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? When, and I accept that it's up to us to qualify any projects we want to see something come back on. But I think that's an issue for us today, approving the list of projects that we don't have further information on, and that's the whole challenge through this process.
Just on the business case, I did want to just say in support of officers that, I don't think we would appreciate them going and doing business cases on all the proposals. That we do need a policy of some sort. And I don't know even what that would look like around which ones do they go and spend money on a business case to give us more confidence, I guess, as opposed to those where until it's come past us and we've approved the general principle that it's in, then it's not worth spending money on at this stage. So we just have to be careful that we're not asking for something that actually would end up with something that would take a lot more money and a lot more cost to actually implement, and would see a fair bit more wastage.
And if there was sort of a desire to develop that kind of policy, we need to be very clear about what we mean by a business case, because they can go from something that's 2 pages and a light investigation to the kind of document that we prepared for the Kakanui Bridge. This is a very large scale commitment and expenditure with a variety of potential solutions to it. So it's like, can I just ask that? I think most of your attention tends to be on the upgrades, so drinking water upgrades and wastewater upgrades. So if that was where you were particularly interested and you wanted to see business cases, you could move something that requested that those come back to council before they're agreed, and that they don't just operate under delegation, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the mood of others around the table, but I think for me, I'm less interested today in talking about specific projects line by line and just establishing some principles around, to your point, Mr. Hope, at different levels, you'd put different kind of levels of effort into what would come back, and below a certain level, you wouldn't go there altogether. So, yeah, I'm not sure how we kind of pull all this together, but I'll leave that to the chair. But I just think it would be good to establish first principles on that matter before we get stuck into the detail of the list.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mayor Kircher. Look, I have an instinctive suspicion of sort of abracadabra, unduly overly simplistic solutions. But I would have thought in this particular instance, we were given the seeds of a solution this morning when Ms Nichols made the point that Tomato Arawai is, as we speak, developing alternative and less expensive solutions, particularly for smaller schemes. And we were told that we were hoping to hear what the detail about those in the very near future. And I would have thought that page 1 could be fairly effectively managed today with a generic resolution that talks about the need for any council developed water scheme upgrades affected by Tomato Arawai changes in delivery solution to be reported back to council before final approval of budget and solution. In other words, if they say, well, you don't have to do everything at source anymore, you can have a system of filters in the kitchen, then 544, then, for example, the one that Tim mentioned, 5444, 4554, I should say, immediately becomes a lot cheaper. And so are many of the others. So if we simply said, okay, if Tomato Arawai changes the rules and that affects approved solutions for any water scheme upgrades, that needs those approved solutions need to be reported back to council for reconsideration.
So I'd just say on that, I mean, some of them are not Tomato Arawai, so like the wastewater standards will be nationally set, and then the regional councils enforce, which is why I was suggesting drinking water and wastewater upgrades, you could require a business case to come back to council. Just leave it at that.
In an effort to actually be pragmatic, I had a similar thought, Councillor Hopkins, around the rural water scheme upgrades, where those still to be done get costed via an acceptable solutions model, which doesn't put the responsibility onto council for maintaining the point of entry treatment unit, which is what Tomato Arawai are saying. If we approve it at that, and that can be done because they've changed, they've finally got those standards in, which they're been indicating for quite some time that they'll have in place. Then officers can get on and do it. If they're not put in place, then they can come back to us and say, actually, we can't do that. This is what it's going to be, and just get the approval at that stage. That would allow some freedom without them having to come back for absolutely everything. But we would want to know that it was based on the best advice that is coming out of Tomato Arawai about their intentions. So, any I think, do we still have wastewater treatment being costed out as being discharged to land? Is that still in there that I had?
The current budgets were to meet the requirements that were in place basically last year. So no, we have not gone through and adjusted any of the costs in this exercise for potential impacts of the wastewater standards. So this is where an area we were getting a wee bit of a difference between the work we're doing and the local water done well assessment. This is what you're seeing here. We will have a look at that information and so we can reflect that back into the final budgets that are included in the LTP. But again, a lot of that's actually past the 27 date that we're looking at. So really, we'll certainly have a very close look at the first 2 years of projects in relation to wastewater and see if the budgets can be revised based on the information to date that we've received about the wastewater standards.
Yeah, that would reflect the many discussions going on at the moment by central government saying that, and others around the change of standards, particularly around that wastewater. And it may mean that we need to treat it more than we would, but that's likely to still be cheaper than having to buy a whole lot of land.
I just emphasise that those standards are not finalised yet; they've been consulted on, and yeah, the focus of the water programme in the 2 years that are the difficult years for us of this LTP. The first 2 years is around drinking water, not wastewater. A lot of the wastewater stuff is later on. So, I think if you think that that's an area where we can save money in the first 2 years, I don't think it is really, but we will. The work has started to go through what might those standards mean that have been consulted on.
No, I'm thinking far beyond the first 2 years. It's what we're actually going to be consulting on. Local water done well, which shows a big uptick in costs in those latter years. And if we can actually get that smoothed out so people will get a better appreciation of what the reality will be, that will be helpful. So, right, where do we get to?
So where we got to was attachments 6, page 50, which is the requests for more information that were made at the submission hearings. So we've gone out to all of our managers and officers and asked for additional information in response to those questions that were asked. So we just want to sort of work by page. We started with the general questions at the front, and then those that had a financial impact at the bottom of page 51. So basically all the ones on those first 2 pages largely without a financial impact, but just regarding comments or questions that were raised from hearings. Is there anything there that anyone wants to make a comment to, or do we just start looking at the financial implications?
So this is, sorry, the summary of submissions is what you're looking at? Yes. This one. Yes.
The page we're looking at starts with Mary O'Brien's from Disability Service, Disability Action, talking about an equity and inclusion policy. Is that correct?
Yes.
So just a question on that. I think they did say that they were going to provide us with a draft equity and inclusion policy, and I think you guys confirmed that that had been received. Is it possible for that to be provided for us? I mean, I would have thought if it's been gone through a process of due diligence and checking and so on, that we could probably just back it in unamended or but very
I
slight
haven't
minor
received a copy of
changes.
that yet. I have not received a copy of that yet. Whether one has come into council, it's unaware to myself and to my colleagues, but we can follow that up with Mary to see where that's at.
I'd say as well with a policy like that, I don't think it's a case of just simply adopting it. I think it has wide ramifications. So I think we and you would need to be across that and considering what the implications are of that policy and what we might need to do differently, because it will mean us doing things differently if we're going to genuinely uphold the spirit of such a policy.
Just note, I haven't got a timetable for anything today. So is lunch scheduled, or are we working all the way through? No, I just noticed Councillor Holding looking really hungry. So
Fading, is he?
So lunch is scheduled for 12:45.
Okay,
So
thank you. Good to know. Councillor Holding, you did have your hand up. Probably not for lunch.
Running on my choppy bickies. Just while we're on the topic, the inclusion policy, and jump a page to the Almar toilets for I was under the impression we did have any sort of new infrastructure that we did build. We were taking into account the disabilities or something and building that in with access ways.
I think they said that problem had been solved.
But this has already been solved with $44,000 at Omar toilets.
Paul, you, oh, okay,
I think the comment there is that they did do some work to address it, but to do the full work that is required to make it completely accessible, it would require a spend of $44,000 in order to take that right off that carriageway and move it into that park inset. So it would need an inset there to get them right off that road. So some work was done with Jackie and co to try to improve that, but it hasn't been 100% addressed because it is quite an expensive one. So as far as working with the team goes, that's not a comment I can make. Maybe Mr. Hope can make any further comment there.
Yeah, I was just going to say the facility itself is compliant. It's the access from the street, the wider access to the facility. That was the issues they were raising, and I think it will be useful for us to just be more aware of that in the future.
Sorry, can I suggest rather than jumping around to keep this manageable, could we, yeah, I know it sounds a bit tedious, go through line by line and get a steer from you as to whether you want us to do something with the feedback we've had from the community on each item?
so I was going to just go page by page. Just on the first page, I have caught up with Peter Plunkett, and just to be clear on his intention was with Beach Road, the opportunity to put a repair in place that, you know, as long as there was a bit of life to whatever section of road we're talking about. Not that it would then require retaining with rock armouring, etc. Just that it would provide access for a bit longer while it was still a relatively cheap fix. So that's just that comment. Anything else on that first page, Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, look, I was just a wee bit disappointed in the officer comment on the online booking system for halls. Can officers work with halls to develop an online booking system? And we say all suggestion re halls will be put to the hall committees to consider. Yes, okay, but they're not making money. They're not being used in a lot of instances, particularly often. I would have thought that that's a classic opportunity for transformation to say, this is how you book a hall. And I'm rather of the view that we should say we're going to do this. So if you want to declare your hall unavailable on a given night, you better let us know, because otherwise we're going to set up a system where people can book online, because everyone seems to want to do it.
They may want to do it, but we don't manage the hall, so it sounds a bit big brotherish if we go and impose our own booking system. We need to work with the hall committees and see whether they want to come on board with that, rather than unilaterally decide we're going to impose something.
There's a lot of subtleties to it, and whilst we might be able to provide something which they can log into where inquiries can go via that, I think that could be helpful. But otherwise, if someone's booking in to hold their wedding reception at the hall, there's a whole lot of detail around amenity and facilities and so on that we do not want to be doing.
Yeah, that's definitely what we're trying to get across with that comment there. The hall committees are separate legal entities to us, and we don't want to take over. Some of them may even have their own booking systems that have their own websites and working transparently. I think it's a really good suggestion to have it all in one place on our website, so we can direct them to that key contact for that hall committee, or book it which way they need to.
I agree. Anything else on first page, Councillor Thompson?
The other opportunity is for us to partner with other organisations. The submission, and a very passionate one from the ratepayer who was looking for a partner, and suggested that country halls played a part in that. Perhaps we could be looking at someone else who works in that space and see if they would sponsor that for us.
Councillor Blackburn?
Thank you. just back to Peter Plunkett's comments there. I think it was on the back of that one in conjunction with a few other submissions that I'd read. I was keen to see the costings for what would be an option D to acquire a wee bit of rural land marginal to the current road reserve and essentially follow the same principles as what Mr. Plunkett's suggesting around establishment of a gravel road instead of a fully sealed surface where required and over time. So I'm not sure if that's been worked on behind the scenes, but also just to say thank you for the explanation around the MSD picture in conjunction with our social housing. That was helpful just to kind of read and understand that.
In terms of Beach Road, that's why I've specifically highlighted that one instead to cost. We didn't have enough time to pull that together. This had to be completed and submitted last week. So yeah, we've got that message behind the scenes that they want to look at alternative options for Beach Road. So costs will be looked into and that will come back to council.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. I was just going to say that I understand that, and the author of the original report is in the room with us, so could possibly correct me, but there is enough roadside reserve currently owned to shift the road across if that is an option without actually having to go and ask for private land.
Just to, sorry, if I could just on before that, Mr. Reynolds has it. Wouldn't if we were thinking 70 years ahead or 100 years ahead though, would it not make sense to, if we're going to shift the road, we might as well shift it?
Yeah, I think it's that long-term investment to keep it there versus, the cost to reinstate any of it. Mark, you.
Sorry, yes, Gary, that's just what to add is what is the overall outcome long term. So yes, there is some road reserve there if that's a short-term approach, but the long-term approach is the coastal protection side of that road.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I'm loath to have a conversation about Beach Road predicated entirely on Peter Plunkett's submission. I think the whole idea of that longer term thinking and strategic analysis is probably best addressed by John Chetwin in his submission. And I think there's a fundamental matter that we haven't considered in respect of the entire Coast Road and its potential replacement. But I think I'm just not quite sure at what point we're going to have the Beach Road conversation. I mean, are we going to have the entire conversation now on the basis of this first submission, or will we consider Beach Road after we've taken into account all the submissions, including those of the two property owners adjacent to the road itself?
Yeah, I think it'd be better to go through this, look at each submission and so forth. We do need to have a wrap up of each of those key topics that we did consult on and have a discussion on where do we land with any of them. And take on, there are a number of options, and one is the patch to, which will last as long as it lasts without any coastal protection. The other is, closing it up now. The other is just move the road up the hill, basically, move the whole thing away, and then it will be that long one. I think that may be what Councillor Blackler was getting at. Not without the cost of rock protection, just a bit of strategic retreat in that way.
So yeah, that's certainly the intent. I mean, so I think as the Mayor laid out at the start of the meeting, it's very much a yes, no, maybe kind of process today. And certainly on all of the topics that we consulted on, there'll be a specific appendix to the council decision paper to say, well, this is the feedback, these are the issues that have been raised subsequently, this is a recommendation. And that certainly will be the case in Beach Road because it continues to develop. There was a lot of feedback on it and we'll take account of that feedback when preparing that appendix that just covers that issue. So, yeah, it's really highlighting anything that you believe need to be considered in those final decision papers is will be a very useful outcome from today and tomorrow.
Thank you. Anything else on that first page, page 50? Councillor Holding?
Just on the submission around Kakanui Bridge, the demolition cost of stating 2.5 million, but got manager's comments that it's only 30% of that. Would still be 1,750,000 is a pretty significant saving if we can. I mean, how certain are we that it is a risk of flood event? I know Heritage New Zealand, it still holds significance to them and probably the community as a cultural and recreational bridge. So that's a pretty significant savings if we can do that, keep it.
I think the question would be, what does it cost and what risks does it pose after each flood event with the build-up of slash that we've experienced every flood we've had in recent times? Because I think that is the biggest concern, and they'll have to be working between the new bridge and the old bridge to clear that out. I'm not sure how much. I imagine there's enough space to do that, but what are the risks that we need to be considering?
There's a couple of things associated, it's rather than just the cost. So the cost is actually for the demolition of that bridge, the budget for that amount is actually $150,000. Sorry, I could misread my colleagues writing to my left. $750,000 is the budget for the demolition. He was writing on an angle. But the key points for retaining that bridge, in addition to that, is that when the new bridge is constructed, they won't be able to access that new bridge if that old bridge remains in place. So that prohibits it staying there. And it also, I understand, may create flooding issues in a weather event with the two bridges remaining in place. I'm looking at my colleague to shake his head or add anything else. Okay, lovely. So that's the information I have.
Thank you. You're well informed.
Who won't be able to access?
Once the new bridge is created, access will be, like, they need to access it via the line of the old bridge, so they can't get onto that new bridge with the old bridge in place.
Traffic
Yeah.
or contractors?
Traffic.
A bit, I'm saying keeping it to cycling and walking.
There's also going to be
Feedback
cost of
thing.
maintenance with keeping it as well, even though it's only going to be a cycling and footbridge. But no one will be able to access it, I understand. Maybe Mr. Reynoldson can speak to that more. He may have some more insight.
So we're still in the development stages of the demolition, so it's a separate part to the construction. And but at this stage, it is a risk to leave it there in regards to the effect on that new bridge going in. Because it has 17 piers for a start, new bridge has only got 6. So there's a lot more debris to get caught up on that one, and access would be pretty hard. So we understand at this stage that demolition is the preferred.
Thank you. Councillor McCone.
Well, I can see savings straight away because I think we should actually get paid for that bridge with the value of the old fashioned timber and stuff in there. And instead of getting a bill, we might get a cheque.
Councillor Hopkins.
Well, that was, I thought we had either agreed or had certainly discussed possibility of tendering the demolition of the bridge, see what interest there might be from third parties who would see the timber and other material as an asset. As an alternative to the $750,000 demolition cost you've mentioned, to what extent are we actually actively considering that tendering option or something like it at the moment?
So it will be tendered, demolition will be tendered, and the options will be to recover, something from the timber, but it won't. We don't know the value of that yet.
So just to remind you, you're trying to set a budget here. We're getting into the detail of a single project demolition. So the budget is there of 750. That doesn't mean that's what it's going to cost because we haven't been through that process of tendering at the moment. There's a budget there to cover that. Hopefully we won't need it all.
There's two dilemmas here that continually do my head in when council talks about spending money. I know the public desire to know what we're doing, but here we are in a public arena talking about budgeting $750,000 for a project that's going to go to tender. And there are contractors out there who are going to go, that's what they're going to spend. We'll say we'll do it for 600. When in actual fact, a couple of blokes with a bit of ingenuity, as we've seen in the past, would have the thing down for 5/8 of very little. We're trying to balance budgets and deliver to people. The contracting community needs to realise we are not a cash cow as far as local government goes, and in fact the cow's going dry.
So we'll reduce it down to what Mandy said in the first place, 150,000. Okay, we'll argue the rest over lunch because it is lunchtime and I'm not sure what time we have to come back, but I'm just going to say 45 minutes. Is that about right?
It was, lunch is set to finish at 1:15.
1:15, half an hour. Right, got us working out. Right, so if we break now, we'll be back at 1:15. Thank you very much, everyone. This is it. Right.
I don't know whether that was.
Welcome back, everyone, as we carry on with this deliberation session of our long-term plan. Just waiting for the rabble to drift in. Okay, so we're on to page 51 of the agenda, the second page of the submission summary. So does anyone have anything they want to raise from that page? Councillor Blackler, thank you.
Thank you. Just the item number 347, the point there around dust suppression options. I think the team are missing the memo on what we're kind of requesting we take a look at there, so that from what we can see online, based on the email that was circulated from Councillor Ryan, maybe 18 months ago or something like that. There's a series of councils that have different policies around how people can basically sort issues out independent of council and what approved materials for use are. And one of those being vegetable oil. So that's kind of what I'm trying to articulate there from my personal perspective, is that we need a policy that supports people that have dust issues to be able to, self-manage the issue and, to help to try and mitigate some of the health concerns that they have about being proximal to the road itself. I do have a couple more on that page, but should I give others a turn?
Are you looking for a response from staff, or is it's just something to be considered under other matters?
I just wanted to say to Councillor Blackley that may have been my misinterpretation of what you were saying. So I may have asked the wrong question to officers on that. I wasn't aware of. I knew that something had been circulated by Councillor Ryan previously, but I hadn't been exposed to it. So the question I raised probably hadn't expressed that it was something around self-management of that dust. So I'll go back to officers on that as to try and work out whether that's an option for us going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carry on, Councillor Blackler.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, just the about the conversation about rural roads. Just flagging that I'd like to have a conversation about levels of service around rural roads in general, and how we, through a change in approach, exploring ways in which we might be able to redistribute funds to up the level of service in a gravel context, but you might lose level of service in other aspects. But that might be a conversation for another time. Just that submission, I thought, kind of highlighted the issue. Yeah, thank you for the analysis on the rate take from each ward. I think that'll be helpful in the in our overall look at things. And then just the last one, number 254, David Douglas, the proposed unitary authority. I take a different view from the officers on that one, and that the consideration of this should be given at the end of the waters work. My view is that if it's something that we're going to consider looking at seriously, which I'm not trying to speak on behalf of others, they may or may not agree with me, but my view is, if we're going to look at that seriously, we need to have that conversation before we decide where we're going with waters, because the last thing we want to do is head north with something and have another relationship south. I think it would make a lot more sense that whatever direction we're going, we have a kind of clear picture about which way we wish to head, and the other matter of what's left behind after waters leaves council.
I'll respond on the last one. I think, before you make a decision on water, you're not going to have a serious debate on unitary and what the options are there. Having led a process that led to unitarisation, it is very detailed, it's very involved to actually even look at what the options might be. And it obviously involves working with others as well. And the message I'm getting from other councils is they are maxed out as well on capacity. We're maxed out on capacity. They are as well in terms of looking at things, and even looking at simple things like what other services we might share. A lot of councils are struggling to have those and be involved in those discussions. I'm not saying it isn't something we should look at, but I think, I've flagged now experience of these things. It's unrealistic to have a serious look at unitarisation before we make a decision on water.
Thank you, Mr. Plumley. I appreciate that, the volume of work that would be required, but I guess I'm just talking from a principal's perspective. The paper that's the paper for discussion that's coming to us on Friday, I think it is, around where we're heading with consultation, at this stage effectively excludes, or it excludes an option of going north, and but this submission makes reference to a program of work but it's effectively outside of councils that's been undertaken at present to try and bring a cohesive group of councils together northward. So I guess my concern is that we're writing off an opportunity for consideration.
If it's any consolation, we have this problem because we are split between Canterbury and Otago with a number of things. We've chosen to go with Otago for civil defence. We go with Canterbury for also for things like climate change, although we're probably going to be split between the two regions on that one. Those things will happen. The other aspect, I guess, is the overseas experience where water amalgamations happen, and if it's done well, it works, and those amalgamated entities start amalgamating with each other and get larger because of the efficiencies of scale. But there's just a lot of uncertainty around all of that, and I totally take on board your desire to see some principle-based decision making on that. It's just the timing and the overall challenges we have, and the we get on anyway and do things with regardless of what individual activities are where they're based. Did you have another one, Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, thank you. Just apropos of that, I have a feeling that some of the problems, or one of the triggers for the unitary authority debate, both here and both in relation to Environment Canterbury and ORC, is the dominance in each instance of a large metropolitan area and the impact that's having on thinking, philosophy and policies. And my guess is that if I was Parliament legislating on the matter, as I think they might be tempted to do, the simple solution is to make the two cities unitary authorities, which is where I suspect they might be ending up. As for the other matters, I think the comment made, I think, by Ms. McIntosh earlier today about unitary conversations arising naturally as a consequence of decisions in the water space is probably logical. The thing that I want to, I've got a couple of questions. The bottom one from Nivon Schultz. Is that the scheme that had the opportunity to amalgamate with us and didn't? And I'm just trying to, have we not got a cost as yet for that? Well, obviously we don't. Is that because we just haven't done the work, or because it is too complicated to cost? So that's question number one. Question number two, well, with regard, going back to the dust matter, I'm tired of this. It's been an issue for years now, 3-4 years. I think Councillor Cowell circulated in addition to the material provided by councillor Ryan, a list of products used by other councils to suppress dust. And I believe we should have, I want us to commit to having a dust suppression policy by the end of this calendar year. It's unacceptable. It's a genuine public health issue, and we've just kicked it to touch for far too long, in my view. And I think we should be much more definitive with regard to dust suppression and require ourselves to come up with a policy and a solution that is available to people, whether it's that we make available to people products that they can apply themselves, or whether we do the dust suppression ourselves, whatever. But I believe it's essential that we actually address it and resolve it.
We won't be the only one looking at this or have looked at this. I just wonder whether this, whether officers know of any other councils with a dust suppression policy, which would be quite usable by us, quite able to be adapted relatively quickly as an opportunity. I'll leave that with you. Thank you, Councillor Cowles. Is this on this topic?
Yes, yeah, Thomas. I just also, I'm just aware, probably without some form of policy or some form of solution here, it's not necessarily about us applying that solution. But I travel an awful lot of back roads, and I see a lot of other solutions that are probably not ideal being applied in various areas. And if we have something that is available and that we can recommend, I think if that at least ensures that we're doing the right thing along the way. So I think, you know, I'm starting to see more of it. It's clearly an issue for a number of places. And I think, you know, it's important that we're providing some options for products. I'm not saying we have to do the job either, but I think having some options for products that are the right products would be a good thing to look at.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's two issues here. I agree with my colleagues on the dust issue that we do need to sort. The other one is I do respectfully disagree with the staff opinions that gravel on our roads is a consistent standard. We actually need to put our hand up and say that we've been mining our roads for the last 10 years. The standards have gone backwards based on economics. We need to have a conversation with our community as to alternative plans and what we can or can't do in that space. Because the bottom line is the cost of good materials is going up. And it may be that we've got to sit down with the community and engage and say, we can only fix 20% of these roads each year. Can you put up with a substandard road for 4 or 5 years? But when it's fixed, it will be the materials we will use. We'll upgrade it again, because the bottom line is the materials on the road that I travel are substandard.
Councillor McCone, you want to talk about dust?
Yes.
Good.
I'm totally disappointed because everybody's picked off what I was going to say and they've done it very well. So I just need to reinforce that. And I take in particular Jim's last comment, and we try to please so many people and we do it so thinly that we're actually not doing anything except wasting money. We need to probably say, these are the main arterial gravel roads or whatever it is, and get in there and fix them properly so that they finish it. We don't have to go back. So I think that's something we could look at. And the materials we use and where we source them from. It doesn't matter if the engineer says somewhere that's in Auckland, it's the guys that live around the district and look what they're using on their farm tracks. It's not rocket science. It's just a lot of it's common sense. I'm not getting into any of the stuff or anything else. I'm just getting at the direction we probably should be looking at. As far as Nevon Schultz goes, perhaps we should go and see what she wants, what she's actually talking about, and then we can make a decision from there. It could be just a leaking pipe in her land, or it could be access through that they want to put winter crop in and would like it replaced before they do that. Perhaps we should talk to them first.
And to that point, we only had a day and a half to prepare this report.
Very good.
And we haven't had that chance to contact Navon to Councillor Hopkins' earlier comment. So the comment that officers made were unsure. There was they hadn't got the information that they needed from that submission in order to be able to cost that or look into it a little bit further. And we haven't had that time to go back to Navon. So that's the explanation there. Thank you.
Okay, anything else on the page? Okay, we'll go to the next. Oh, sorry, Paul.
So just to summarise, so there's a desire to have a commitment to a dust suppression policy included in the decision document, and to have a discussion about service levels on rural roads. Okay.
Thank you. So the third page, page 52 on the agenda.
Sorry. Given the weight of the issue I raised about the unitary authority, having only heard Councillor Hopkins' opinion on the matter, I just like others to share their perspective, because it's a big topic. So do others disagree with my thinking on the matter, or others neutral, or staunchly opposed?
Feedback on that?
I tend to actually share an opinion that Mr. Palmley alluded to, where this is going to happen as councils work together on various issues. And I think it's better off to grow by connection rather than legislation.
Any other comments? Councillor Cowles?
I think my only comment would be, I guess, yeah, I agree with that sentiment as well. I'm just, but is that going to naturally grow south or north, or how does that work in the future? And what's better for that bigger picture in the future? But I know that we're under time constraints for water, and we've got to get on via legislation to do some of that. So I think our hands are pretty much tied.
Anyone else? Okay. Yeah, I think that's the challenging part of the discussion is timing and the time. And despite Mr. Douglas saying that this was going to be done by this time, he told me it was going to take several months. It hasn't happened, and it won't happen within months. It is a multi-year issue, and it does need to have strong support out in the community, and united support, not just with our council, but other councils that would be involved. So it doesn't happen overnight, and there might be strong support in some quarters, but I don't know that it's I don't know that there's a lot of the urban population would be even very aware of the conversation that's happening. So regardless of how worthy it is or not. Okay, onto that third page, and I just note, I think we've got tennis on this page. So that was one of the requests that came to us, was around some support for North Otago Tennis and their proposal. I believe officers that may be going to have a look at some similar facilities, or a similar facility. I don't know whether anyone can comment on that. I don't know which director has responsibility for the Parks and Recreation aspect. Is that Paul? Roger. Okay. Mr. Cook, who's not here at the moment. So do you have any feedback other than what's in the summary? I'll ask councillors then, do you have any feedback on this particular question? Councillor Thompson.
I have a great deal of sympathy for their cause. But in the short term, a la the next 2 years, I don't believe that we've got the ability to commit that sort of funding.
Sorry, can I? Just a point of clarification, Councillor Thompson, are you talking about the full 1.4 or I think it was 35% of the 1.4 that they were requesting? Or I think it was between 35 and 50%.
Well, the total gold-plated solution is 2.8, and they're asking us to seed fund it by 50%. So yeah, it would be 1.4.
Oh, so this has been accounted for the council contribution only. My apologies if that's written somewhere.
Councillor McCain.
Look, my thoughts will concur, and we've got quite a bit on our plate right at the minute, and we finish the sports and event centre and we do a few other things to tidy that up and then see what's on the plate after that. You know, the facilities are there, and yes, they do have a point, but I think it's just too soon. It's not there yet.
I'm just wondering whether, because it's on council ground, whether we should include it as a project without any commitment of funding from us at this stage. So it's got that, because some funders that they might apply to will say, well, they will ask, is council supporting that, but is it in the long-term plan? So officers, do you have a response to that? Looking at each other.
So just to clarify, you want it added as a project, but no funds put against it.
Well, if they progress it, we're going to be involved as the owner or, you know, manager or whatever of the reserve that it's based on. So I imagine it will take at least staff time if it was progressing. Not necessarily a lot. But
Obviously, it doesn't affect the budget, so it's got zero value. There's no harm in including it. Happy to do that.
well, I think it allows it to be there, and it allows maybe a future or the next council to consider it. Yeah, rather than it have to be totally reintroduced to the next LTP or whatever. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, my view is the difficulty with this submission is basically, were we to say yes to 1.4 million or 2.8 or any subset of that total cost, we should logically, well, we should be adding that to the cost of the sports and event centre. And the comment from officers in this, in response to this, actually simply underscores the fact that we have failed to actually do with the sports and event centre precisely what officers are saying we should do with this. Council's recreation strategy prioritises supporting facilities that cater for multiple codes. Submitters to the long-term plan have pointed out that it's now a netball and basketball event centre, nothing else. And it goes on to say that that council facility strategy, or the Coastal Otago facility strategy, recommended prior to renewing surfaces and facilities at existing single-use outdoor court sites to explore the potential for partnerships and creation of multi-use courts that can support a range of uses such as junior hockey, community basketball, netball and play-based activities. Surprise, surprise, synthetic surfaces can cater for netball. So had we actually stuck to our guns and had four-sprung and two synthetic surfaces at the sports and event centre, it's entirely possible that we would have deferred, delayed, or rendered unnecessary this whole proposal. So it throws into sharp relief the flawed decision making we have done with regard to another very expensive project to which we are now being asked to add another 1.4 million.
One wasn't a substitution for the other. Right, councillors, anything else on that page?
Yes, I'm just interested, two things. Is it worthwhile approaching Wins with regard to the wheelchair car park outside working and come and see if they're willing to pay for or assist with the 16.5 estimate for creating that? And that if we have committed to sorting out the B and Z entrance gradient, can we get some time frame as to when that's going to happen? Because I think, I'm not sure if it's in here, but I was pretty sure that somebody actually advised us on the day of submissions that was something that, or maybe it was a submitter himself or themselves, who said we had committed to sorting the problem. And if that is the case, can we get a time frame for that, please?
Thanks, Councillor Hopkins. The response there states that that the conversation that you'll recall, I think, was from Jackie presenting that submission herself. But the person who's responded to this officer comments there states that the footpath approach from the north side of the entrance meets the guidelines for disabled access, and they recommend signage be installed directing disabled users to the north side. And that would otherwise extensive works are required to make it fully compliant. So it's one way it's accessible and compliant.
Okay.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. Just in relation to the ability to make payment arrangements and paying off monies owed to council, I think when the whole theme of this long-term plan has been the challenges financially that we're facing as a community, as households, as individuals. Like I appreciate the extra admin that is involved, but I think we could and should be doing more to be assisting people to be able to give, you know, to make those payments. Yeah, I know it'll create extra admin costs, but when we're hearing stories about how someone's paying $50 each month or whatever it was, and then we're paying that $50 back to them, you know, like it just, I feel like I'd like to think that we could be doing more in that space, and especially if transformation is going to be, I guess, improving digital processes. And I just, yeah, I'd like to see us be able to do something more in that sense.
Mr. Palmer.
So we are looking at that, but some things we can't do. So the dog registration one there, you know, in terms of what the law says we can do and have to do, we don't have the ability to do that. But in terms of the citizens portal that we're looking to introduce, that will give us the ability to be able to do that with those who register an account without adding to our admin costs. At this stage, you'd be looking at additional people to be able to process that. And I don't think, you know, we're in the space of wanting to take on additional people. So I think it's just, you know, be patient with us whilst we bring that in. That's not due to come in until later this year, and we'll need to look at the options, and finance will need to be, you know, familiar with it. But even then, we won't be able to do it for all things because the law won't allow us to do it.
Was it, just trying to remember now, was it as much about the registration, or was it actually the fine, that $300 fine I think she got, which we couldn't accept?
So some of it was about the registration, and so, you know, in the comments there it's saying that until you've paid the full fee under law, your dog's not registered. There is an issue, a legal issue with the fines as well, so that, you know, if you issue a fine and then you allow someone to pay in instalments, so say they had a $200 fine, if they pay you $5, then that and pay you no more, that removes your right to be able to take them to court to, you know, get the outstanding fine paid, you know, because they've made an instalment payment. So essentially there is a risk that if you do that with fines, that the ratepayer could lose out, and the ratepayer will be subsidising fines for people.
Could we not set up a debtor's account under their name and accept payments into that, and then if they don't pay, it's more becomes a bad debt situation rather they're not paying their fine.
Same answer applies. We would have accepted some funds towards it. Yeah, we can set them up as debtors, but it would have to change policy and stuff like this. There's some that it would be risky for council to set them up as debtors because they don't have good credit ratings, for example. So you're setting yourself up for not receiving the money, and yeah, and then you get into debt collection and all that sort of side of it as well.
Could an exception be made if their credit rating is good, reasonable, whatever? But
yeah, it wouldn't be a problem to set up a debtors account for someone that had good credit rating, but then they wouldn't be the people asking for this typically. Like the examples that we've had, we have chosen not to set up as debtors for a reason, either legislatively or the ability to pay past records, having to go debt collection with them previously, that sort of thing.
So I said, we're going to look at this as part of the, setting up the citizens portal, but I think what it probably need is for us to come back with an assessment of the risk with different types of, payment and debtors for you to make a policy decision on what level of risk you want to take in this regard.
thank you. Councillor Cowles.
Thank you. I've got three that I'd briefly like to talk to on this page. 634, the Whitestone Geopark funding support. I'd be in favour of assisting Geopark in some way to get off the ground. It really needs that cornerstone to get in there and get going. But what I would like to see is a good 10-year plan with the first 3 years focusing on how at the end of the funding round they would be able to fund this internally. For the next one, around the Waitaki Valley hub, and I propose to put a notice of motion around this, but is there property in the region, and it doesn't just have to be Kura, but the region that this hub would service, that perhaps we have available on the property list that we could turn that into some cash to help support this, as it would support the entire region and be a strong outcome for our well-being, and pretty much have a cost neutral output to that. And it is a little bit of a concern when I read Jan Kelling's one about the Nichols Blacksmith historic side of stuff. I know it's been addressed before, and I thought we were told at the time that it would be a really quite easy fix to be able to ensure that. There's been a lot of time and effort going into a historic site and a historic building from the community. And if our infrastructure is going to put that at risk, you only have to drive through Duntroon on any day of the week to see how many people are stopping there and looking at it. And whether we already have some in the amenity rate that can maybe take care of that, which whether a report or something could come to community board to have a look at that perhaps. But I know there's certainly support from a community board level to ensure that we're not causing damage to our historic site. So that would be my three on that page. Thank you.
I think if we go back to principles, the things, well, certainly that the Nichols Blacksmith issue I thought had been sorted, but the submissions from community boards, if it's falls within a rate fund that they have delegation for, I'd hope that this just gets dealt with directly through them, and if there's not enough funding, then obviously that needs to come to us. But things like the Hampton Beach Reserve, they've got the Ward Reserve fund, so that there should be something in there that can just allow those things to happen, and that may be something that the new locality officer will play a role in the future. But yeah, those sorts of things would be quite helpful. Councillors in general agreement that we don't actually need to make those decisions if the money's already actually there. And they've got the delegation, of course. So we can do that. That'd be good. Councillor Blackburn, Councillor Hopkins, Councillor McCone, And Thompson.
Well, thank you. Just to help guide the perspective from everyone, I just endorse the earlier comments about tennis, endorse Councillor Kell's comments regarding the geopark funding. I guess my add-on to that would be, I would be interested to understand where the funding, is it the 300,000 rates funding towards, what's the term, but for establishing visitor economy? Is that what the line item is?
I think it's that was the Tourism Waitaki contract
Yeah,
fund, which was 400,000 a year, which got repurposed.
okay, yeah, so but my interest would be in that those funds coming from that pool of money, if it's not already. And there was one other, oh yeah, just totally endorse the comments about the payment plan, and obviously we can't solve it today, but we just need to undertake further work there.
Thank you.
Oh,
Got a quick
thank you, McKercher. Look, I think we have to have a proper conversation about the Whitestone geopark funding, and I think we need to take into account that if there was one item in the long-term plan where there was a sort of an inescapably obvious and clear dichotomy, you had people who were saying it is essential that we continue to fund it, many of them from outside the district, many of them citing other geoparks and how wonderful they were because they had things like museums and visitor centres which were hugely profitable and earning a lot of money. Evidence of the fact that elsewhere they appear to be much more positively supported by national private companies and national governments. But it is also clear from the submissions here that whereas there is a strong advocacy for funding from those who are currently plugged into the geopark concept and network, the wider community was almost unanimously opposed to any funding at all. Now, I did notice that we were told that the geopark was up for renewal in 2026. And my view is it would be remiss of us to pull funding prior to that. But I believe we're entitled to say to the New Zealand government, to the United Nations, to UNESCO New Zealand, and to all the other advocates like the University of Otago and others who say it's absolutely essential, that as of next year, we are pulling the pin. And if other people aren't prepared to actually put their money where their mouths have so vociferously been, then we have to accept the fact that the idea hasn't gained traction and hasn't won the emotional support of the wider community here and nationwide. So I would propose, rather than having the $200,000 funding for 3 years, I would propose taking it out, continuing it for 1 more year with a clear signal that as of that time, Waitaki District Council has done its bit and it's up to others to actually come to the party. The other matter that I wanted to talk about, well, two really. Do we need to say there is no intention to extend the Oamaru Library at a cost of $6,500? Sorry, 6,000. Yeah, 6.5 million. Sorry, forgive me. And again, I come to Peter Welsh, Seal Tutu Hill Road. So once again, we have Tutu Hill Road coming before us. And as far as I'm aware, we have not rescinded the policy we had that seal extensions would be considered in instances where those affected by the desire to have a seal extension were willing to pay half the price. Now, that was the original deal we had with Tutu Hill. It was something we discussed with people at District Road. And in my view, unless these requests need to be responded to, and the policy needs to be either affirmed or changed. And if we're going to just ignore these things and not actually offer people any opportunity, then we need to close that door firmly and lock it. But if we're going to have a policy that says you pay half, we pay half, let's talk about it, then we should honour it. And on that basis, we should at least give some consideration to whether we're willing to do that, even to a limited section of Tutu Hill Road.
I believe we've contacted I suppose it's the question and the item that was unclear in the policy is who's going to do what will work to actually advance these proposals. And we've basically put it back on people that are on Tutu Hill Road, and basically say you organise everyone else to contribute and then come back to us, and that hasn't happened. So it's coming back, but they're not prepared. Well, my understanding, they're not prepared to do the work you need all the residents to agree. So you're right, it's either possibly review the policy, plus we don't really have the funding for it. That would be another loan.
Yeah.
So probably bring the policy back and make a clear statement in relation to that. I see Alex's finger is itching as well, but I suppose just to clarify, if you have not raised an issue, we're not going to take any of these items any further. So at the moment, there's 6 plus the idea that if something can fit within a community board, their funding allocation, then that request gets forwarded to them to consider. But otherwise, it's there's 6 items here on this page that there's been at least enough support around the room for that to come back on the decision day, and the others, I suppose in the view of us, they're not going any further. Sorry, so the ones I've picked up are the doing some further work on the ability to set up accounts and payment schemes for ratepayers, something on the North Otago Tennis, the Geopark, the Health Hub, and the last one is looking at Nichols Blacksmith.
So I was going to comment on the Tutu Hill one, because we did discuss this during the annual plan, and I think a policy change should be considered, because I think the tone of the discussion then, when we were facing financial challenges then, but now they're even greater, is it realistic that we seal any more roads, even if you do get the contributions from residents? A sealed road costs a lot more to maintain than an unsealed road, and I just don't think you have the financial ability to do that. And as long as we have the policy there that suggests that you might be open to it, I think it's misleading to residents. And we had actually discussed about potentially unsealing some roads that are currently sealed to reduce our operating costs. So I think a change of policy is probably worthwhile.
When we agreed to include Tutu Hill Road a number of years ago, I thought it was on the basis that we were going to fund it. I'm not sure whether we're looking for a co-investment from the locals, but then it turned out we'd priced it on a square metre rate, which didn't represent the hill and everything, and the very difficult terrain that was actually on. But yeah, if the dust suppression policy that a lot of councils have does include the ability to seal sections of road. This is a road that probably had about 3 or 4 houses along that section. It's now got quite a number more. It's become more and more residential. So we do need to consider whether we're delivering more of an urban service in a urban adjacent area because of that aspect of things. But if it's if we can't get the subsidy, then they'll need to do the co-investment. Tim.
Thank you. I just. Or does anyone else want to comment on Tutu Hill Road before I ask a different topic?
Sorry, I thought you were going to comment on that because we've got these Jim and John. So you go next because you were next.
Well, just-
Anyway.
On the Hill Road, when we first engaged, we were thinking it's just a case of slapping seal on the road. We then discovered that the bridge would need expanded and realigned. The whole cost got to the stage where it was, we can't do this. And so we then engaged with the ratepayers again. Do you want to contribute to it? This again is an integral part of the conversation that we need to have either as a council or a roading subcommittee as to what we do in this space going forward.
You
I've
got another
got other
topic?
things.
Go on.
I'm going to start off on behalf of the Grinches. I don't believe that we should be putting one single more dollar into the geopark.
Thank you, Mr. Grinch. Number one. John.
I've got half a dozen, so to carry on where my learned colleague left off, I totally agree with him. And we should probably be looking if that's what.
You're talking about me.
That one. Yeah, we've got Tourism Waitaki, we've got the Penguins, we've got Civic Trust, we've got so many people going in the same direction, but they're running parallel lines running together. And I'm sure there's a huge cost of economy, the saving of cost if you join them together and get them going down the same path on that basis. Much as I'd like the Waitaki Valley Health Hub to get some, I'd like to take on board what Brent has suggested as far as getting rid of a piece of land to help with that funding. We're also spread across two districts. We've got the Waitaki district and the Waimate district. So I think that should be further investigated before we commit to anything in that department. As far as Tutu Hill Road goes, I'm going against everything else, but we seal it. But the money that we use to seal it in this thing comes out of the roading budget for this year. So you're not adding to it, you're just removing one from the other. My reasoning being is that in District Road are both inside what I call urban rural areas, which are mainly getting developed. We're collecting development contribution levies from them now for roading and other things. They're becoming a huge integral part of the system of that links that together. I know it could be to the detriment of a gravel road further out, but you know, there is a potential out there for actually some tragedy out there if we don't do something shortly for the amount of use it's getting. The library, well, we can just forget about that. The blacksmith shop, do we get a crack at that with the state highways guys? Because it's actually under their road, it's actually their problem. And I concur with what Gary said about the Wahimo boards. You know, they can look after that for that sort of thing. That should be in their budget. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Tim. Then back down this line.
Thank you. I guess I just remind others of the submissions kind of seeking to elevate the geopark as an umbrella organisation for tourism in the district, which goes to John's point or Councillor McCone's point about things operating in parallel. The idea being that be the organisation that helps to facilitate all those strands together. But my point was going to be around the library, and I just wondered if officers had run that project through the prioritisation tool, because based on the information that was shared with us, it seemed to me that it would actually be a project that would probably score more highly than what the Sport and Event Centre would, based on the statistics that were provided. And then just supporting Councillor Kell's, I forgot to support Councillor Kell's comments around the health hub.
So I don't think we put it through the tool yet because it's not a council project. So we put the council project through a tool. So if you wanted us to do that, we could do that. But I think there is money allocated in the budget to do a feasibility. So we saw that as the first stage. If you're going to do anything with the library, you do a feasibility. What are the options? And probably tie that in with the other funding that's associated with the buildings all around that area in terms of looking at the best options and community use for those buildings, particularly around the ones that aren't used for the hospital anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disputing everyone else's comments around. It's not something that can really be in the pipeline at the moment, but I'm just highlighting that it's not something that should be dismissed either, because it is a space that's highly utilised.
Brent and then Jim.
Sorry, I know I've had a quick crack, but just taking on board Mr. Hope's things if I don't bring something up now. And the fact that we're speaking about community boards, Jackie Hilton's one here in Amarama, the north side of State Highway 3, there is no footpath. It's been something that's been brought up. It's in the last plan, I believe, as well. Something that we've visited on numerous occasions. And if there is money in the amenity rate, perhaps that's something that could maybe go to the community board as a question as well for that township. So just asking whether that could be a possibility.
Thank you. James.
Thank you. Listen, just in response to the range of opinions regarding the funding for the Whitestone Geopark from let's have 3 years to not a cent more, I'd like to test the mood of the meeting by moving that we reduce funding allocated for the Whitestone Geopark from 600,000 to 200,000, with advice that at the end of the at the end of the 2026 review year, Waitaki District Council funding would cease.
Well, I'm not sure whether we're taking motions. That's what I'm considering at the moment. We're not taking motions on anything else. So it's like, starting to put one in now. It's like we need to have the discussion. We need to get make sure that everyone has the opportunity to have their say, and come up with a general agreement or not, and then we move things at the end. So rather than at this point, so it's the way we've run the whole meeting so far. No, I don't want to be, coming up with motions in the middle of it where we haven't done motions before. Don't think it's very clear to officers everything that we've set up to now if we suddenly start doing the odd motion.
Mika, okay.
Make your point.
Well, that is my point. I thought that in this instance, given the quite dramatically different views expressed by differing councillors, that the only way formally to resolve that was by way of motion and vote. So that was precisely why in this instance I did move that.
Okay.
So can I just make a suggestion? So, I mean, I think it's for the chair to rule whether motions are allowed or not at this stage. We were looking for a steer. We're looking for a steer at this stage. And can I just have a say on this? We're looking for a steer from you so that we can do further work, so that when you get to formal consideration, that you can have those debates. One of the things I was going to suggest within this area is, as an SLT, we had a look through the whole of the projects list, including some of the suggestions coming in. And there's a package of things that you could say are associated with tourism. And we were going to suggest you look at, what is the amount overall you would like to put into tourism, and where that might fit with Geopark and, Whitestone Civic Trust and the identity and signage and things like that, with a view to, we think there's an opportunity to overall save on that, contribution towards tourism if you wanted to do that, if you're minded to do that. So I think it'd be helpful if we stuck to steers at this stage, but I think it's for the chair to say whether it's accepting motions.
Thank you. Councillor Blackwell, you had a comment. Well, I think the idea is that it is about a steer. You're already given your indication, Councillor Hopkins. My indication is keep with it, with what we're proposing. This is seen to be an umbrella. And obviously we've got views where we shouldn't give anything there. So there are the range, and the idea is to actually get on, where's the majority or the most vote, people sitting on the particular issue, so it can come back to us at the appropriate time. So does anyone have any particular view that they wish to express? Councillor Linwood?
Thank you. I see it as being a really valuable asset for our district. However, it's not high on my priority list. I think there's other things that we should be prioritising. It's not high on my priority list, no.
Councillor Counts?
I think, as Councillor McCain said, and as we've just heard from Mr. Palmer as well, I think looking at this as an overall package as well, I would like to see some of the efficiencies that could possibly be had between all of those tourism areas that we have working together to move in the same direction. It's been one of my desires for a long time. I know we've got that as part of an ED strategy as well. So I would certainly concur with that. That would be helpful to see all of that come back as a package or an area as to perhaps how we could move forward.
Councillor Ryan?
Oh, just echoing Councillor Cowell's comments, and I think it was interesting in the hearing submissions and examples of other geoparks around the world that are self-sustaining, and so what we can learn from those in terms of how we go forward.
Okay, so we can't say yes to everything. It is about picking what we can do, and if we do have cohesion, which obviously is something that everyone's concerned about, particularly where it can avoid duplication and duplication of cost and effort, then that's a helpful thing. So happy for officers to bring something back on that as to these various things and how they link together and what, can they be linked together? Councillor Hopkins, what do you?
Two quick questions. If you're going to rule that individual motions aren't appropriate today, I still believe it's legitimate for us to signal our thinking and also basically to state the obvious, which is at some point we're going to have to bite the bullet and decide. But the question I ask is, I don't think the 600,000 was actually included in the budgets. I think we consulted on the geopark.
It is.
This is one of the new projects. Is that correct?
No, there was 3 projects that we brought to you in December, late in the piece, and this was one of.
Yes. No.
There was 2 that were added at that stage.
Yeah,
it's in the project listing that we consulted on.
Yes.
And the commitment I made at that time is if we include this, then we find an equivalent amount to take out somewhere else. Obviously, we've got to find more than that to take out somewhere else, but that was the intention of doing it, and allowing it to at least go in there. So hopefully you've got sufficient direction on that particular one. Well, let's put the mixture together and see what it looks like. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wonder along the similar vein, having spoken about the health hub in Currell, whether we shouldn't include in that the conversation that's going to come up on the next page around Wayland Lodge, because they're 2 health facilities in the same patch. The other issue I just wanted to flag, as soon I've got the floor, is the submissions on behalf of the Wahimo Community Board. I would like to commend the board in the sense that they were not looking for an immediate use of these. They were actually, the projects they provided were for later in the 9-year plan, knowing the financial constraints that we're under.
Yeah, and again, they should reflect the community plans that the community boards have for their wards, and that's the ideal way to structure them so that they do feed into our long-term plan, along with the requisite funding, of course. Okay, anything else? So because you haven't moved that we don't accept the health hub, you're in favour? No. So where are we at with the health hub? Is it about packaging that together, as Councillor Thompson's commented on?
I've got a notice of motion to bring forward, which I'll do this week, around one of the particular land packages that we may be able to use in Kura itself, but I'd also, as part of that, like to investigate other land packages. I do acknowledge that there's obviously the Hacker and the Waimeri side as well, but that has already been taken into account by the trust as well, and they're seeking funding from that side themselves.
Thank you. Okay, what else have we got in there? Anything else on that page? We go to the next page. So on page 53 on our agenda. Any comments on those? So obviously some more Wahima Community Board projects in there. One or two that might be more roading projects. The entrance to the Palmerston Cemetery, is that a roading one, or is that a property matter?
Yeah, it'd be a parks matter. I mean, it's very, very little to do with the road reserve and mostly to do with essentially the cemetery amenity.
Which they don't have. Well, they've got their board services rate, so they could potentially use it. Yeah, okay. Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how high in the list of priorities the 239,000 525 sealing of the Palmerston Cemetery Road is, but perhaps more importantly, the request from Wayland Lodge didn't come from the lodge at all. It came from somebody who said they were speaking for the lodge and for its board, but we had no independent authentication or confirmation of that from the board itself. And essentially they were saying, we don't want to be to pay a cent of this. We want to throw $600,000 on the rates. And frankly, my view is we should say no. Sorry, it's a commercial business. Yes, it's in healthcare, but there are other agencies like Health New Zealand, like our own trust and others that might be able to assist. But I was puzzled and disappointed that the trust itself didn't turn up and appeared to be willing to either delegate or allow somebody to speak on its behalf who may or may not have been absolutely authorised so to do.
Councillor Hopkins, it was us as a council that previously raised the idea of a targeted rate in Kurau.
Amanda.
I just wanted to clarify that I checked with the chair and he did speak on behalf of Wayland Lodge officially.
Okay.
So I did get independent confirmation about that. And yeah, they were quite comfortable for him to speak on their behalf, given his involvement in the project to date and Wayland Lodge historically.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment to Councillor Hopkins. I guess assertion that it's a purely commercial enterprise. If the decisions undertaken around the extension to the bid offering at Wayland was purely commercial, then they wouldn't have constructed standard beds only. They would have constructed rooms that will incur premium charges. So I think it's important to note that for the record that the service offering at Wayland is an equitable health outcome, which comes at essentially at a cost to their business plan.
Okay. Thank you for that, Brent.
Yeah, look, just speaking to this and having been involved with some of the meetings, I just thought it probably appropriate to give a very high level update. The assertion is that the beds, some people may be asking why the beds aren't full. They have been waiting on some sign-offs from Health New Zealand before they can actually fill the beds, but there are 5 vacancies at the moment, 3 people on the waiting list, plus a short-term respite care. And they do have 3 other prospective people to fill the other beds. Matter of a couple of weeks away, hopefully, to have the final tick off to have those beds available. It will change the financial position overall, but it doesn't necessarily help with the fact that we had originally, as Councillor Thompson said, put that discussion out there that this could be a targeted rate. So that's kind of where it's sitting at the moment. But you know what they have completed there is looking very good. We just need to get the bums and beds.
Thank you. Anything else on that page? Jim?
Yes, Mr. 2 other things. I believe it's absolutely essential that we have a sympathetic response to the submission from Kevin Kearney on behalf of the Kearneys and Rays. I mean, the idea that we actually would unilaterally deprive people of an existing road access without replacing it is, I think, legally and morally problematic. And I think we need to give a good deal of weight to their submission in terms of whatever ultimate solution we arrive at with regard to the road. I'd also like to talk about the 3 proposals from the Civic Trust. First of all, they want the loans going back into being converted into a Heritage Fund grant. So they'd at this, I think that's a total of 54,000. Then we've got the request for them that we pay all of the asset management plan for all 16 of the trust buildings, and I think a further 125,000. In other words, 25,000 for 5 years. So it's a total added together. It's about $379,000 that they're asking for. What we were told on the day was there's nothing we can do. Everybody else has to pay everything. And Jacob Barwick actually said we could put the rents up 4 or 5 times and we still wouldn't pay for all the buildings. And yet, A, they won't contemplate addressing their own issues by negotiated sale. And B, they were asking us to actually give them more buildings to look after. And I'm sorry, my view is that it is not tenable for the trust to keep on saying, we can't do anything, nothing is possible, you have to provide everything. And personally, I believe we might be entitled to convert the loan to a grant, but the other 2, the asset management plan and the allocation of funds to apply for funds, should be the trust's responsibility as a landlord and a trust.
I'm not sure if you've accurately represented what we were told on the day, but won't go into the detail of that. Councillor McCone.
So we'll go back to that. We'll start with Jim finished. We give away 100 or 150,000. I can't remember the exact number for the Heritage and Grants Awards to private enterprise. Why don't we give it to ourselves and help do our own buildings? And that will stop all this nonsense about funding and everything else, because you're giving ratepayers money to fund something that's owned by the public and not individual. That's enough on that subject. As far as at the top of the page, I'm sorry we haven't got the money for the first 2. The second one, most of the motorhomes are self-contained. The footpaths in Reiki, that's not as if it's a speedway, so that might just have to wait a bit longer. I think the grant from the rec centre, I think that's valuable. I think they're doing a good job there, and I think that's encouraging things. We may have to look at changing that once the event centre gets off the ground, so it doesn't overrun itself. And that's pretty much enough for me on that page. Oh, and I'd like to comment Errol Wills, which goes back, he's 448, which goes back to what I was sort of alluding to before.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I missed the mill domain one, and certainly support us looking into the opportunities there for that to become a park over place for Motor Caravan Association people. It wouldn't need a toilet. As has been mentioned, they have to be self-contained to stay there. And yeah, it would certainly put people close to the centre of the town. Brent, you're next.
Yeah, well, I'll just touch on Errol Wills's submission as well. It does show that there is support from those living locally around Geo Park, and I know that there's a desire and a willingness to work with us to help get some of this across the board. But again, that's a part of us partnering with various people to do that. On number 322, which is the Waitaki Valley Community Society, I know that we already provide some funding towards it, and then that was removed through COVID and not reinstated. And I see on the next page through the Hariri Community Board, it says around that as well. And the note around that one was that, you know, we would have to provide it to the other groups. The difference between the Waitaki Valley Community Society, the funding that they're using is for their information centre, plus also a community centre where they have printing, they have all sorts of other registrations and those sorts of things there as well. It's not, so it's actually a drop-in centre that actually has overheads and costs, as opposed to just the ORAI that meet together and do stuff. But my question around that one is as a community board, we have a discretionary fund as well, and I don't know if that's a possibility that we can choose to do that ourselves through a community board. And that'll be a discussion to have with the board, I guess.
Yeah, I think the funding that disappeared from the Kuria Information Centre was what went from Tourism Waitaki to them, which they supplemented each other as far as, you know, we paid them something, they paid them something, and they were able to provide all the services out of there for that. And obviously part of that disappeared, creating a bit of an issue. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. I just had a question around the rec centre with the $90,000 as, I guess, an additional cost. But so was that grant, I guess, just taken out of the long-term plan completely, or is, yeah, I just.
So I think that's just stating that that's what's in there. It's budgeted already. That's how much is budgeted.
Okay, it was just slightly different too, you know, like the information centre saying no change is already in there, so that's why I was a bit confused in that space. Then just to back up, I guess that the trust is doing a whole lot of work in determining what its future looks like, and you know, things will obviously change with the new Network Waitaki Event Centre, but just yeah, it'd be good to just keep that going until, I guess, everyone's futures are a bit more figured out. And then I just, like, I would really like to see the costing for the councils to become a living wage employer. Again, back to the fact that, you know, we're talking about how times are challenging and for our community, and I think we should be, if we can, modelling what best practice looks like.
Any comments on that? No. Ms. Hopkins.
Look, I'm sorry, I do have a comment. In general, I haven't heard anyone, well, we were told this morning, things are tough, we're going to have to be brutal, we're going to have to say no a lot. And I haven't heard the word no this afternoon. And with respect, oh, sorry, yes, well, that's right, no from you for Geo Park. But then the chair, arguably legitimately, said he wasn't interested in having motions at this point, which is, well, at least it would have resolved the matter one way or t'other. But the fact is we have a whole lot of people asking the other people in the community who are, if you look at issue 11, the hot button topics are affordability, back to basics and costs. And yet they turn up and say, we can't spend a penny, you have to give us everything, like an asset management plan for 200,000, and it's all from us. And for them to apply for grants, we pay all the money for them to prepare for the applications. I'm sorry. When are we going to take notice of the fact that our officers are saying we have to be brutal and start saying no? And the same with, I mean, even if we did get costings on the living wage, would we say yes? Well, we've had a figure which we've challenged. So we could either accept the figure we've got or argue that that's not acceptable. But are we really serious about getting additional information on the basis that we are genuinely, collectively likely to change our position? Well, I'm asking the room.
Councillor Blackley.
Because you reasonably raised the point.
Well, I would endorse councillor Ryan's wish to explore that one a little bit further. It's certainly something I'd be keen to understand, especially in light of Dr. Smith's kind of change in tack around the argument. Yeah, I think it would be, we owe it to at least understand it. Yeah, just regarding the statements made regarding the civic trust, I just want to take issue with what Councillor Hopkins is putting forward, because if we all familiarise ourselves with the Arthur Young report in the 80s or early 90s, it was quite clearly spelt out in that report that the council would give the civic trust somewhere in the order of $1 million back then. That's not that's in money. That's $1 million in money at that time.
That was recommended, I'm presuming, rather than voted.
So the point is that never happened, and so basically the whole kind of architecture of what was meant to eventuate didn't actually occur, and so the investment that was needed up front hasn't ultimately happened, and the trust has achieved a significant amount, on a shoestring over that period of time, and they should be commended for that. To go to the next stage requires, what's set out here, and the trust has two options. They can spend the reserves that they've really difficult that they've accumulated in a difficult manner over a long period of time, to spend the upfront costs on the asset management plan, which is required to then go and use to try to seek out external funds, or it can seek the assistance from council so that once the asset management plan is completed, they have the necessary funds to commit as co-funding alongside funds that are sought. And so, on that basis, I totally disagree with Councillor Hopkins, and I think we. I'm not saying I'm in favour of the whole lot per se. I think we should be, putting something towards this project, and I totally take on board the comments. We've got to say no, but I'm of the opinion we say no to different things.
And just to address that, we've said no to a lot of things already. I don't think it's really fair to misrepresent that and say we haven't said no to anything. If you'd like to list all of the projects where we have said yes to, that would be really interesting. Councillor Percival. Yeah, I'm talking about today too. Councillor Percival.
Well, I totally agree with Tim. Couldn't have put it better myself, even though I've thought about it for a week or two. Amazing. And so, Rebecca, also agree with you as well. Whatever it was. Just to make you feel better.
Unicorns and rainbows for everyone. Um, what were we going to talk? I'll go to Jim Thompson while I remember what I was going to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, in the efforts of being consistent, I would commend the incredible work that's been done by a band of volunteers in the civic trust space. But at the present stage, I have a duty to my ratepayers, and therefore I would not be supporting spending extra funds in that space at this time.
Councillor Percival.
I remind Councillor Thompson of the huge economic benefit that comes from those so-called volunteers who looked after the precinct. Therefore, have you read the report on the economic? You had. Well, you wouldn't have said what you did if you had. Thank you.
I'll just throw the challenge out there. The community, the Civic Trust is a community trust, basically. The council was a community organisation. Community Trust looks after lots of old buildings and has done a pretty good job of looking after them, of making them available for the public, of making it having interesting tenants that may not always pay top dollar, but they absolutely help our visitor experience and the whole experience down there. It wouldn't be the same if that was run by a private enterprise. Council looks after lots of old buildings and invests a hell of a lot of ratepayer money in them. I would ask councillors around this table, how much has 1 Thames Street made for us over the last 10 years? You might be surprised with the answer. I don't know. There's a lot of ratepayer money has gone into our old buildings, whether they're operational or whether they're seen to be commercial, etc. So let's just be fair on others who are doing a good job for nothing, volunteering their time, and not be so critical about them when actually our record for making buildings make money is not very good either.
Perhaps the solution for both entities is exactly the same. I mean, it is entirely possible that each of us could achieve more for heritage and the preservation of heritage buildings were we to adopt a more positive attitude to sale, repurchase and renovation and enhancement. So, I mean, it is not sufficient to say we both own a lot of old buildings and therefore we do not need, and they're not making us much money. Ergo, we just have to accept that and not actually acknowledge the need to rethink what we are doing. Irrespective of what might have been recommended in the 1980s, when this trust was set up based on a model established in Christchurch by Peter Bevan, for whom I worked. The fact is that the $1 million that was allegedly to be provided, the council choked on and didn't provide. We are now in 2025, and we have a situation where we are arguably undercapitalised, the Civic Trust is arguably undercapitalised, heritage is suffering, new approaches are needed, and neither appears to be willing to consider them.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Just a matter of clarification, Councillor Hopkins, who did you work for?
Peter Bevan.
Oh, thank you.
What did you actually say there, Jim?
Something quite sensible, but I'm sure in a fortnight's time we'll have worked out what it was.
Oh. Okay. Anything else on that page? And I probably should ask officers, have you had any direction on this?
No, I was going to say, I think I've got a direction to look at the cost of living wage, but outside of that, I don't know.
So it would be good to, we've got a report on the living wage from last year and the year before and probably the year before that, but you know, whether it's updated, is it still valid for us to consider? The Wayland Lodge situation, make sure I'm on the right page. Yes, I am. I think I am. The Wayland Lodge situation, so that's in hand, is it? Do you need direction on that?
When you say it's in hand, what are you expecting
Well,
to happen in that
was it-
space?
was
Is
it
they've got a
already-
loan outstanding to us?
Was it already being considered as part of the rating? Repayable through rates, okay.
Well, we're servicing the interest on that loan through the targeted rate. Half on the hall, half on the Hariri ward.
Right.
So it's staying where it is, but there's no change in repaying the principal.
Yeah, so the servicing on the loan is about 35,000 a year that ratepayers are subsidising, and this is the principal of 600K, so we need direction on that.
And as a reminder, the Ahuriri Ward was the one where the farming community we're seeing the greatest rate increase of 25%. So putting it on the ward rate will increase that increase.
With your role associated with Wayland Lodge now, as an observer, Councillor Cowles, have you got any comments?
I'm comfortable with the interest to continue being done. I think what I'd like to see is a business plan moving forward, and perhaps we could provide a little bit of assistance somewhere along the way to assist with getting a business plan in place. With the discussions that I've had and what I just shared with beds becoming more full, that makes a very significant difference to their operational position. And if they can maintain that operational position, I'm not sure that it was taken on as a loan to start with, and I feel that it's probably serviceable. We'll just have to work alongside them, but it would be nice to be able to have a plan for that moving forward and what that might look like. We are awaiting an updated budget from an accountant, but that doesn't necessarily align with a business plan. I think there needs to be a business plan put in place, would be my preference. So for now, I'm not sure we need to move on that as such.
Thank you very much. John?
Yeah, look, I am quite serious about removing the heritage and grants board, so how do we do that? Do I come through?
I think we invite the Civic Trust to make an application to the Grants and Awards subcommittee. Sorry, you're talking about
Just remove.
Wayland?
Just do it away altogether and just.
Oh.
And move it through.
Do no summation.
I think it'd be good for that subcommittee to have a discussion and come back to us with suggestions. We'll give time to consider that. Tim?
The Civic Trust wouldn't be able to endorse such an approach, given the given what the trustee sets out its responsibilities are, because it goes beyond just their 16 buildings. So it would be a decision that council would need to make on its own. It wouldn't be something that the trust would be actively pursuing. I just wanted to quickly, since we're seeking direction on this page, just endorse Councillor Hopkins' comments around the Kearney Ray land thing. Obviously we have a difference in opinion on the trust, and just a question regarding the Wayland Lodge before I give my steer on that. What's the overall debt to equity ratio that the trust is sitting at? Do we have a rough idea, like to the nearest 10%?
I don't have that to hand, but I can find it out for this afternoon, confirm after afternoon tea if you like.
That would be great, thank you.
Okay,
Question.
yes.
Looking at the bottom there, where we have the question of the master plan for Kurau and Duntroon, and arguably the dog park in Kurau as well, but certainly the master plan one. isn't that in straitened circumstances and tough times, isn't that something that I mean, I know we have to, well, we are being asked to decide. Isn't that something that we have to say it might be nice to have, but isn't essential to have as of this moment?
So it's in there, but it's not the next 2 years. I think it's 28. I think that kicks in as funding. So my guidance would be not to worry about that too much at this stage. And of course, your problems if you bring it forward.
I think, you know, to me, the master plan for Kuria would be really good because, you know, as they say themselves, they've got an overabundance of reserves, and it would be good to rationalise some of those and make sure they, you know, have good, usable, well looked after reserves rather than quite as many as they've got. But that can be something that could be worked on along the way anyway, I think. I won't, yeah, without committing necessarily that something happening. But we'll look forward to your notice of motion, Councillor Cowles. And was there anything around the Waitaki Valley Community Society funding? Brent?
As I just said before, I just wanted to clarify that you know it's not the same as those other organisations. It does provide additional services. It did have funding coming from Tourism Waitaki, which when it was downscaled over and almost put a stop to over COVID, it never was reinstated. I think with it, you know, I know we've sort of moved away from necessarily visitor centres and those sorts of things. We do have quite an ageing population around that area, and it is well visited and well frequented. There's a lot of funding there, but as I say, whether that could be something we could do discretionarily as well. Are we on page 54 now?
No.
53. No worries.
It's afternoon tea time 5 minutes ago, so we will take a break for 15 minutes and we'll be back into it after that. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, everybody. Slightly longer break than intended, but we are back. So on, I think we just finished with page 53. Sure I'm on the right one here. Yep. So councillors, if you go to page 54, which is the includes the Hariri Community Board issues that they've got there, again with anything that does fall under their delegation, and that they do have available funds that it just gets put into a work program. So anything else? Page 54, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, yes, a few things. Just the historic Kurau School, is that a property we own, or and why do we appear to be recommending a report commission for 10 grand? Is the Kurau Island car park and upgrades of that nature, is that something that the amenity fund could support, or are there other sources of funding they could apply for? I'm trying to think. I know the Lower Waitaki Zone Committee has provided funds for some of the work that's being done by groups in and around Kurau Island. I'm not sure where else the money's coming from. Does Ohau need better fire prevention measures, as was argued by a couple of submitters?
I think you're crossing over a number of different topics there, so let's deal with some of them first. So what do we start with? The school, historic Kurau.
Yeah, so I mean, it's basically a building we inherited. It's on a piece of land at the moment. But we need to really make a decision about whether there's some utilisation for it, what would need to be spent to make it usable, what potential uses are there for it, or we take the approach that it's just going to do nothing with it and let it decay. So that's sort of at the point we're at with that building.
Is that on a reserve, or what's the status?
I think it might actually be on a reserve, but I think it's right next to a piece of freehold. So I think that was the sort of the suggested location for the medical centre, a couple of years ago. It's sort of that corner piece. Yeah.
John,
Can we sell it?
Well, I think that would be essentially the purpose of some of the work. It's like, is the building worth doing anything with, or are we selling it as bare land and disposing of the building some way? We just need to do a wee bit of work to actually work out what's the best way forward. But
Again, as is whereas always works. As is whereas always works.
Brent?
I think it's been something that's come up in the past as well, and it was tried to be utilised at one point, I think, with a community garden, something if I remember quite a number of years ago. Never sort of continued, but anyway, for that, I tend to agree that's kind of the area land I think that I was talking about for this notice of motion, to be able to help fund other areas. I've got a number on this page at some point that I'd want to speak to.
Okay, so Kurau Island car park, and the track. I mean, but yeah, I think essentially we just give a grant to the trust that runs the island, or looks after the island. So it's whether we want to contribute more than that. Again, it could be some funding within Hariri Community Board, but probably not enough to make a major difference to a car park. Right.
So there's a memorandum of understanding which is contributed to by Waimate and and us for the upkeep and maintenance of it, and those sorts of things for improvements. You know, I think this is probably one of those areas because of stock land and stuff that it's going to be appropriate to go perhaps to, as a community, to something like the Meridian Fund or something and become a community project, and perhaps we can enable or help or those sorts of things in some way. But I think it's really probably likely because of the complexities of it sitting between two regions. And I believe the island itself actually, I may be wrong here, but I'm led to believe that actually sits in the Waimati district. It just provides a higher amenity rate to Kura for usage. So I believe it's one of those things that's going to have to be worked on probably as a separate project.
John.
Yeah, look, I feel sorry for all those that have taken time to put a submission in, but we just don't have the cash. And while this would be something nice to have, perhaps it should be earmarked for further discussion when we can afford it. Well, that sounds harsh, but that's just the way it is. The only other comment I would have is the cycle trail, which is booked in here. Are we going to apply for great rides, with the funding for great rides that the government's come out and said for that?
We do have projects to extend the 808, but there's certainly the tail end of the 10-year or the 9-year plan at the moment.
Yeah, but did the government not come out and say they've spent $9 million for creating cycle trail?
Yeah, I thought they were adding an additional 9 million a year, but what it is there's a bit of this funding over here that wasn't spent in some other funding, so they're adding 9 million as a one-off. So there's definitely opportunity, and with the AV More section, there's definitely a reasonable community contribution that looks like it could be getting made. Whether we need to provide a bit of top up or not, it really depends on a number of things. But I'll go to Amanda and Brent, and then we'll come back to you.
Clarifying the same thing. I just wanted to clarify here, this is the cost, and I've said debt funding, but we would actually, it mentions in the narrative that funding is available now. So that could be like 50% funding. So it wouldn't be fully 2.7 million debt funded, but half of it would potentially be grant funded.
Brent.
We had a meeting 2 weeks ago with regards to prioritisation between Mackenzie and ourselves. This came out as one of the higher priorities along the Ulster Ocean. We do have a high input from locals. The new round of funding, they are putting a funding application together at the moment as we speak, I believe. It can be up to 75% this time round. Again, it's a smaller share amongst all the cycle trails. But yes, there's, you know, if we got 75%, that would leave 25 for us, but I believe we'd probably easily do 15 or 20 out of our community, to be perfectly honest. There's some high engagement and some very generous offers in amongst there, but it is contingent on us obviously being able to do it. And we've got a meeting around some land access issues and to get the final design and pricing, and that's really where we come. But the early discussions I've had around possible pricing is probably nowhere near as high as what we're seeing in here at the moment either.
Thank you. Rebecca.
Could I just ask a procedural question, just to the point that are we saying no enough? If there has not been support expressed or direction given on any of these projects that we've gone through page by page, that's effectively a no, right? Or am I got the wrong end of the?
You've got it right. Because the Hawkins, not so much.
I just wanted to check.
By not saying yes to them or even maybe, it's pretty much as a no. John.
I see throughout here there's definitions to master plans, everything. Do we have to supply them by law, or is that just something? And where I'm coming from with it, so according to what we were shown sometime last year, the expected growth rate in North Otago or the Waitaki district is 2,000 people in 10 years. So why are we mucking out with the master plan? Why are we even starting or contemplating that idea?
We started on it initially just so that we did have something a bit better than what we had previously. They do inform things like the district plan, which is quite helpful for urban areas. We did have some communities where there are more pressures on than others, and Amarama and Otamatara were a couple of those areas. So we might only be expecting 2,000 people, but we are expecting a lot more houses to be built than that because of holiday homes and so on. So that's where, we're looking at what the growth is and trying to make sure that there is some form of planning going into stuff before it happens. So that's the basic outline. I think in places like Kurau, like I said before, probably some of the main issue is really there is a bit of land availability, but there's also a reserve issue. So they could solve each other quite simply. And Duntroon is a thriving little hub. How much planning, how much overall master planning do we need versus actually how do we just tidy up the through the main street area or whatever? Can it be done a bit more isolated rather than a wider area plan?
I reckon I can give you a pretty good master plan off the back of the page.
Oh, you and me both, John. No, there is probably a little bit more to it than that. We'll go to Mandy.
I think I'm probably going to say similarly to what Councillor Carr's going to say, sorry, that one other thing that the master plan has definitely proven itself in the Otamatara area is that having a coordinated effort on having a master plan for a community has actually identified what projects the community can deliver themselves. And that's been a great outcome from Otamatara. And it's getting a concerted agreement to what projects, are there that they want to push forward within that community to some degree, having focus like that. But Councillor Carr's got probably more to say to that.
I'll talk in your terms, Councillor McCone. Our one cost back a few years ago about 50,000. We've had $1.4 million spent in town. And of that, it's cost council 160,000. I think it was probably one of the best investments that we've made. And we're seeing that amongst the other towns as well. It enables the community to be on the same track. It enables the community to reference something when they're working together. And we still have an active bunch of rural volunteers that are happy to get their hands dirty. So if we haven't got a plan on what we're all doing together, it saves an awful lot of infighting.
Suitably chastised.
Jim.
Mick, sorry, I don't mean to be contentious, but I would question your interpretation of what we have gone through and the implications or the conclusion that you've drawn. I mean, there are, for instance, things here that we haven't discussed, but where the recommendation from officers, for instance, on page 51, would officers explore options for coastal planting, council to decide level of investment. There's on the same page, there's the matter of the Western Rural Scheme that was mentioned. Next page, you've got Jackie Eggleton talking about the absence of a footpath on the north side of State Highway 83 in Omarama. And the officer's recommendation again is to cost if council decides to pursue. Now, the fact that we haven't actually had a conversation about those things and others today doesn't, in my view, mean that we're saying no. I mean, we have a recommendation from officers. We can ignore it at some point if we so choose, but at the very least, as a mark of respect to the submitters, we should, where there might be recommendations for us to decide something, it might be appropriate for us actually to do so. Whether we do it today, and you've ruled that we can't move on things today, but at some point, in my view, we should respond to those recommendations and anything else that maybe has financial implications that we haven't necessarily either said yes or no to. I'm not sure that silence in every instance implies no.
So the Amarama one that's an amenity project, which we've said we'll refer that back to the community board because that's what they've got delegation for.
We didn't say it today.
Yes, we did.
Okay,
And things like coastal planting, we've got a biodiversity fund. If people want to do some coastal planting, there's always potential for them to use to apply to that. So, you know, there are other avenues where we don't have to necessarily write the check out of a new checkbook when there's already one that's sitting there. No, sorry, I was trying to keep up with your different ones you were listing off, but
well, look, okay, I still think there are matters that I'm not sure we could say with absolute confidence, we have said no to everything about which we have not had a conversation today. But if I can come back to page 54, you rightly said, hey, don't have too many things at once. So if I can raise two other matters now, the first of them is the submission, I think, from a couple of people that OHAL needs fire prevention measures and equipment. And the real question or to be reviewed and upgraded. The real question is that the case, and have we liaised or engaged with FENS on that matter? And can any officer shed any light on the submission from Elizabeth Thompson regarding the damage to Bride Street in Moeraki over 3 months ago in the rains?
so FENS works closely with the Oho community to both develop continue to exercise their fire response plan and also looking after their equipment and so on. Again, the community board has some discretionary funding that they may wish to put towards that type of thing. And if it's requiring some resources greater than that, there's always potential for some other council funding, including, if it was relevant, the Mural Relief Fund, which we've still got some funds sitting in there from the for fire relief. So again, it's trying to think as laterally as possible about some of the solutions rather than just, yep, that's a cost we need to consider ourselves. There's lots of other opportunities for others to fund these things and or existing funds to do them. Right, what else did you have?
Bride Street?
Bride Street, don't know about that one.
Unfortunately, we didn't receive any response to that. I'll try and get some further information on as to why that hasn't been prepared or the plan for that.
Would there be a CRM for that one that can be looked up?
Just a couple, well, okay then.
So we would have made a CRM.
Well,
We would have checked.
yeah, so we'll just go through check. I mean, this is a CRM issue, not an annual plan issue, so we'll probably push it down that channel to get a response and any action if required.
So if we have to make decisions today, I'm looking at submission 48 from Ferguson, and 62 from Mike Judd. We've got 150,000 for new public toilets up at Bushy Beach or the gun emplacements. And we've also got 40,000 for removal of vegetation around the track on the reservoir and parking. Is any one of them mind to spend 195,000 on those three things?
Just on public toilets, we have said a number of times it would be good to review the public toilet strategy, and it's been a long time since we've had around this table have seen that, and I think these things need to be referred to that. We need to have a review of what are our priorities for public toilets around the districts, and they're expensive. We can't have them everywhere, but are we making sure that priority areas are covered, and are we considering these?
Because I think there's 5 new toilets requested in the various submissions, which, given that we've been pretty much adding one a year for about the last decade, it's sort of yeah, as I said, I think a review of the toilet strategy is the most appropriate action. We really need to be clear about the need we're trying to address and what are the criteria of location to justify both the initial investment and then the ongoing cost. Obviously, toilets they do not clean themselves, even when they are a self-cleaning toilet.
I'm just wondering, because it's a fascinating topic for all of us, public toilets are something people get so passionate about. Whether the current strategy can be shared with the governance team, there might be something where we can spend some time just getting a better understanding of it at one of our governance team sessions and see what we think from that without needing to spend a lot of officer time directly on it. Councillor Linwood.
Thank you. If it's possible, can we turn the page to move things along? I've got something really important I'd like to do.
Hang on, you can't turn the page here.
You need to get away, so we will turn the page.
true.
So
Thank
before you have to leave, and we will go back and change everything.
Thank you. I would actually, I know we're meant to be saying no, but I would like to say yes to the citizens awardees 3 years parking. Because I highly doubt that they're going to use it 312 days of the year at $8 a day. So it is relatively small in cost, and I think it would be nice for us to do that. To say yes to that.
So the first one on the page. I did in my casual writing write nonsensical calculation against the economic greed. This is not going to be used by someone every hour of the day, every day of the year, except weekends. It's not as an option. We need to realise it's not a solution for every person who gets awarded a citizenships award, because not all live in Oamaru or access Oamaru that often. They are around the district and sometimes out of the district, but as a gesture towards those who do, it's going to be, I think, fairly minimal, and we can put requirements on. They've got to be in the car that's being parked there, rather than just hand it out to family or anything like that. But I think it's a very easy thing to say yes to. Was that it?
It is.
Is everyone happy with that? Councillor Percival?
I totally agree with it, and I support you, Courtney, in that, because whoever worked it out needs to rethink it, because half of them don't even drive.
Councillor Hopkins.
Look, the only thing, it did occur to me that the suggestion that it specifically be a year's free parking, I think the idea of awarding recipients of citizens awards is brilliant. Whether it's that or it's access, a year's access to the penguin colony or some other recognition of that nature. I don't know. I take your point about whether the free parking in Oamaru would be universal, or whether there could be either that and something else that might be more suitable for people out who live elsewhere.
Geopark Pass. Okay. It's worth looking at a bit more, and maybe again, the Grants and Awards subcommittee could have a consideration of what else could be bundled together. Councillor Blackman.
Oh, you're just totally supportive of that in principle, but I guess I think we should kind of take this idea and take it a step further, and we've talked about this as a collective before, and I think it's flagged for further work down the track. But this idea of recognising people who go above and beyond and contribute to our district, and it's particularly in areas that align with our strategic intent. I think we should be looking at implementing something like a rates rebate scheme or something for those that deliver for the benefit of the wider district.
We'll add that to your list, Rebecca, for considerations. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are 3 non-verbal submissions that I'd like to speak to. Just prior to that,
Is this the previous page or this page?
no, it's below the blue line. It's the first one comes in it. So non-verbal number 37, but 42 and 325 are all on the same subject. And they're encouraging us to extend facilities in dog walking parks and dog parks, etc. I'd be totally opposed to us spending any money in that field at all. One, because only 12.5% of the population own dogs. And of that, a vast number of us are rural people who dogs are part of our working toolbox. And we've been screwed over in terms of the dog registration price going up this year. And I just think it's another example of where the farmer is asked to carry the community on their back. So I'd be totally opposed to any money being spent in that area. The other thing I'd like to remind some of the younger members around the table, some of us survived the 70s when the petrol price went through the roof and we had carless days. Perhaps we could solve some of our sewerage and toilet issues by having free days there as well.
I think, yeah, you find people just save it up. Right, moving on. Councillor Hopkins.
I hadn't intended to mention dog parks, but it did occur to me there was a reference to, I'm trying to find it here somewhere, and apologies if it's back a page, but there was a reference to equipment at the dog parks being provided by by businesses and so on. It does appear to me, I think we use the RMA fund to actually equip parks and reserves. And we should probably give some consideration to the occasional purchase. Admittedly, these parks cater for a minority of residents and ratepayers, but they are as entitled as anyone else to get some benefit from the RMA fund, I would have thought. And to the extent that it is used to purchase equipment, it might be worthwhile considering adding occasional supplementing of dog park equipment to the list of things that would be funded through that source.
Thank you.
Don't tell me it's rubbish.
I think we, you know, getting back to what we can say yes to and so on, one of the things I still want is the allocations from the RMA reserves fund that I've asked for a number of times. And yeah, we're spending money out of that at the moment that I think should be getting allocated to the event centre, just because if you know, we need to cut the cloth somehow, and that's prioritising that fund to make sure that we have a contribution that doesn't come out of rates from the event centre. As much as these other things are good and worthy, we've got to be realistic that we can't do everything, and we have decided that we will do the event centre, and we should be looking at that and the allocations coming out annually out of that, and tighten up on it so that we can utilise that for something we have agreed to. So I do ask officers if they could please get that information to us, and then we can prioritise what is coming out of it, and whether we think that should still continue or whether it should be that tap turned off so that we can save up the money separately. Anything else on that page 54?
I suppose it's in relation to Mike Judd's submissions, but it's probably a bit of an afterthought regarding everything that's been before, the stuff that we're not seeking to progress. are we right to assume that we'll go back to all the submitters and, you know, verify, hey, we're not going to follow this up, or we're going to seek to progress this further? And if so, I think, with the exception of the dog issue at the reservoir, given that dogs are prohibited, I think what Mike's setting out are sensible suggestions, but it might be that they could be achieved through alternative means, i.e. not being delivered by council, but helping to put the submitter in, you know, steer the submitter where there are alternative avenues to explore would be beneficial.
Your response?
Yeah, there is, at the end of the long-term plan program, all submitters are responded to, and we will acknowledge the letter will come from the mayor, and we'll have a general response, and where there's been specific requests, they will be acknowledged and responded to appropriately. Region.
Yeah. We try and personalise as much as possible, but as you can imagine, 650 letters this time around will be a bigger task than we normally have, and even those other times, personalising 100 letters can be quite a commitment. But we try.
To your point earlier, Mayor Kircher, about, you know, some of the specific comments being quite useful, and I think it's important that even if we don't progress them, it's important to acknowledge that they were made.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Councillor Holding and then Councillor McCone.
Just to add on a little bit from Tim's, just in the vein of sort of empowering our volunteers and groups to get on with it and contribute to the community. I know we've got a biodiversity and grants and awards, but there's an idea that came up the other day about maybe we could look at some of our CCOs as them donating some time of contracting, or a new way of doing on top of it, enable to a lot of these requests to get on and do it, but sort of in a different way, but maybe a conversation for another day.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, just take that further, Jeremy, sold my thunder a wee bit. That's good. But yeah, I think there's an opportunity there, and it actually gives everybody a set of being involved and everything else. And, you know, a lot of these things, they're great, and they will improve individuals' lives and what they're requesting. But I think a lot of it could almost come through operations as such, and I say that in brackets, as jobs are being done. If it's somewhere in the locality and the machinery is there, just have a crack at it. You know, that costs very little if the gear's already there.
Yeah, and that's why we do circulate these to the appropriate officers for comment and bring them to their attention, because yes, you're right, a lot of times it is a relatively minor matter that can be advanced whilst some other work's being undertaken.
I'm sorry, just further your comments before, Tim's comments about a thank you to acknowledge it, because it is great that we've had 650 submissions to acknowledge it, even if it costs us a page in number of and just a big thank you and relative to it, so that we're at least acknowledging it out there publicly.
Yes, 55. There's comments around removing the 1 hour free parking. So we've got a briefing coming up on the 8th of April, apparently. Okay. Right. Anything, any other comments? We got Tim, Guy. Were you putting your finger up? No, Guy, did you put your hand up? Okay, that's 55. Tim and then Jim. Right.
Just number 153, Alan Sandry, this is probably one suggestion that could potentially generate revenue as opposed to the other way around. So it's just, I think, you know, it'd be sensible to understand what the outlay required would be in that space, and, you know, what benefit it may or may not yield.
So that can be incorporated with the conversation that you just mentioned about parking coming up next week.
On that same vein, meters in all off-street car parks should be something we touch on as well. Right. Jim, yes, it was Jim.
Yeah, well, just picking up on your point before about making decisions today, or at least forming views. We've got Michelle Kitchen talking about upgrading the Omarama CBD and addressing parking issues. There's the dog park improvements that I mentioned before. Increase of contribution to work. Are we of a mind to do that? Alan Sandry wants parking meters. Kyle Patterson wants better campground toilets. Craig Hayes is proposing a 1,716,000 cycle track from Parsons Road to Western via Homestead Road. Are we likely to say yes? Do we want wasp management? Do we want an accessible play basket swing at the OPG? Looking at the other ones there, I do believe we need to be honest with the community and take a position regarding the bird aviary. We had this, some years ago, there was the classroom that said, "Oh no, it must stay," but I believe it is inhumane, well past its use by date, and I believe we need to say that and remove it. And I think we have to make a decision. Well, I'd like to see us make a decision on that. I don't know if we want to have a seaweed festival, but Councillor Thompson would probably be wonderful saying no to people at that. We've got Matthew Hayward wanting 2,090,000 on another cycle track for this one on Beach Road. We've got a former view as to Beach Road. And I guess the other thing is, are we going to, I know that the Kurau street lighting, our Lake Ohau street lighting thing is back again. And that was a matter that was on the council's plate when I was very early in the process. And I think at that stage, we decided to put telephone pole lighting, and there was a big pushback from the community, and they went for low intensity, low level lights. And now there appears to be some agitation for an upgrade on lighting there. Where does that sit in terms of our priorities?
Which submission was that?
It's 334 Vivian Smith Campbell.
The response from officers there says that the bollards do not meet streetlight safety requirements, would require council decision to change that. Streetlight central management system underway in Waitaki, subject to council approval, which will, subject to council approval, allow individual light interventions. So
we looked at bollards and it was just way too expensive. And yeah, it just wasn't. You need more of them to light up the area, and yeah, it just wasn't viable. And with the smart lights, you know, if they are, you know, going off after certain hours and you know, come on if someone's walking along the road, but otherwise they're off, then that, you know, achieves a lot of that. It's trying to get that safety versus dark sky, and obviously a bit of energy saving along the way. I did think that the lighting in the park between Waihemo Lodge and the council flats for security, there's a response from commercial and property, but there's nothing there from parks. So saying it's on parks land, but we seem to have a very siloed approach to responding. I just wonder, in the spirit of one team, should we be actually working across departments on some of these answers?
This sheet's sent to all managers to respond to each question as appropriate, so I haven't isolated anybody from having the opportunity to remark. It's just who's had an answer to provide at that time.
With the Otamatato plan update, master plan update, I'm wondering whether at the moment, whether we just do an internal update of what has been done and yeah, so that we basically tick off the things that have been achieved through the various efforts by the community and council. Brent, do you think that would be suitable for that, you know, rather than coming up with a whole new plan, basically?
Yeah, the Otamatato one, I mean, they've well, actually all of our master plans have had stuff ticked off in them up the valley. I see a benefit in them, as I clearly pointed out before, because, you know, it's kind of unique that we do have a lot of the work done by our community, but I don't see necessarily pulling many of them forward right now. You know, if we're talking a couple of years, and we're revisiting this in a couple of years' time, as long as we're working towards that at the moment, and keep getting some of these other projects done, we're still achieving a good outcome. So I think, you know, as a community, we can sort of get together and just, you know, I think we've got to say no to a few things at the moment. And that means for the next couple of years, like we've heard today, that we've just got to hold off on those while we hold off on them. And the guys are pretty good at discussing amongst themselves what the next priorities are.
As Councillor Hopkins was running through his list, he mentioned the aviaries, and there was a fair bit of nodding around the table around the removal of them, that they've gone past their best use by date and no longer the PC thing to do either. I'm just wondering, does anyone want to give a different view to that? Sort of like that.
My recollection is that we already did discuss that, and that it was very much in line with what Councillor Hopkins has put forward. My only other recollection, though, is that we discussed at the time that the funds that were earmarked for the aviary would go into the natural environment, you know, be it on the Cape or Glen Warren or whatever, some sort of initiative for plantings or whatever that would attract or benefit biodiversity in the native sense. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
So for a report or
One
what
other
is needed
thing,
on that particular one.
that specific request from Jane Watson, a seal extension on the lower part of the access road off Copenshire Street in Palmerston. I see there's a quantified figure there. Is that currently in the budget? And if it's not, I know roading is district wide, but might that be something that could sit within the ward rate or something, or could it be funded perhaps from an amenity rate specific to the ward?
Unfortunately, it's a minor road running adjacent to Copenshire, and it's collecting water at the bottom. There are only 2 residents that use that as an exit from their properties, and I think in the first instance, maybe the community board could look at limestone chip as a suitable and cheaper option.
It's not unlike an entrance off a road onto a property where traditionally, if it wasn't sealed, so it might get sealed when the road gets sealed or something, but it's not usually. It's just different with this one because it is more like a road, but it's servicing a couple of properties. Okay. Yes.
Just while I'm there, just going back to your very pertinent point about lighting through the park back to the flats. I'd just like to point out that I would imagine the submitter isn't actually saying that when they leave Ho Lodge, they're looking for a light. It's the fact is the last light is outside Wahimo Lodge, and then there's nothing through the park. And there is a bridge over a creek on that particular walkway as well.
So again, this could be amenity rate, street lighting, park lighting, but whether the community board could look at that and if it's felt that actually this can fall within their funding, etc., and they want to do something, they could do it. If they feel that it should be council doing, finding some other money rather than the money we give them, then they can let us know that that's okay. Thank you. Well, hopefully the officer will have this list and see how we go from there. Anything else on page 55? Yes, go on.
It's the last one. The real estate as well. When you go to other fields, I think it's not in that request.
Oh, microphone, sorry, go. So the last one from Praise, complete
last one.
reinstatement of swales.
394. I think that's a legitimate request because it was never finished. I'm not quite sure how that works, but
There was
am I the right place?
there was a couple of things. One was some reinstatement, and then there's also been a bit of stormwater work, I think. So it would be good to get an understanding of where it's sitting.
Because so maybe just look into it. I can look into that anyway.
Okay, next page, 56. Just make a comment on the request for a rubbish bin by the Kakanui store. I was trying to remember where it was the other day, and there was a rubbish bin that was sitting there next to a business that was no longer there, but it was there because of that previous business. And I thought, how many bins have we got sitting around that actually are underutilized? I'm wondering, is there any data being collected by our contractor or contractors, because we've got multiple ones to empty multiple bins, around how full are they on a regular basis versus not? Because it would be good to rationalise some of those and move some less used ones to areas where they would get more use, rather than just keep adding bins. Can we request that info? Wonderful, thank you. Councillor Percival.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Gary, because I've been trying to do this for the last 4 or 5 years to get a rubbish bin there, and just been thwarted every which way I've gone. Just as you said, we've got bins lying around, and the cost of $1,500 to establish a bin is ridiculous. And the servicing at 1440 was something I looked at with the on the contract, and that seemed to be excessive because they go down there to do the one on the south side. So really that needs looking at, but that's quite important. And the other one while we're onto there is the toilets on the north side, which has been bone of contention for the last decade, and we've worked hard to try and get one. We've had a lot of fussing and messing about. We actually, at one point a couple of years ago, we actually had the funding for it, which was around about the 50 grand. But then it all fell to pieces because nobody could decide where the toilet would go. So we lost it again. But I'm sure we can get the funding for that and a reinstatement, because it's been an inclination lately that we would put it back beside the back of the hall. Now we have quite a lot of funds. Surely we've got funds available in the Corridor Services account and the Kakanui and Corridor Amenity Fund without having to budget through the LTP. But that's just my opinion after years of research and fighting with everybody to get this done. And the stock answer always has been, put it on the LTP. Well, maybe we should, but we still get the funding from the areas I've just mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thoughts and
Have you asked the Corridor portfolio holder for the amenity award?
Councillor Thompson.
A question possibly for Ms. Nichols. The funds that councillor Percival is talking about that could be sourced, I presume that they are funds in name only, and that money will have been lent internally. Therefore, the toilets would inevitably end up being loan funded.
I'll have to double check the balance of that fund if there's any in there, what state it's at the moment. Because generally those sorts of funds have a lot of ins and outs servicing each year, so I can come back to you on the balance of that.
So it's not that the toilets get loan funded, it's just the loan has to be raised to pay the money back to there. So that the money that is supposed to be there does get used. And so if it's loaned externally to another entity, then it's the one that ends up paying that loan back.
Yeah, but the point I was trying to make is somewhere along the line, the ratepayers are going to pay through the nose for councillor Percival's toilet.
Excuse me, Mr. Thompson, they've already paid it in their rates. Already, it's still sitting in there, and you can't touch it.
Rightio, councillor McCone.
Yeah, just 598B and C. The work's been done. I wonder if we should just pursue both of those and see where it comes to. I know it's a cost, but again, I'm quite happy for it to be pursued on the basis that if it gets added to, the same amount comes out of what's already there. And at the bottom of the end of the day, it says total financial impact. If that comes back at 000 to what we've already got, well, that will be fine.
Which ones are you talking? Sorry, the camera lecky ones, was it?
The engineering side of it, or the surveying side of it's been done.
So that's a maybe. Okay. Any thoughts on that?
I think we need to take it away and talk to other people. I think just generally, this list, I think there's a lot of, we need to go back and talk to people, or we will park and put to a community board to consider and that sort of thing. So I think it would be quite useful to go back through this list and put it into buckets of, like, whether we've decided to park it for the community board, whether we need to go away and get more information from officers for you to make a decision. We're not going to have all of the answers by tomorrow. But yeah, you'll come back to key directions and we'll have more clearer information by then.
Sorry, don't get it wrong, I'm not about spending money. In fact, I'm trying to save money, but it just seems this is a practical thing to pursue. And then again, I'll reinforce the basis. If we put in I don't know what it gets costing, let's say 600 grand, the 600 grand comes out of our already established long-term plan out of something else, or comes out of our water services, or comes out, it's just something else we've got to do with that one. The rate sounded like a worn record, but we have 13,000 ratepayers, and there's probably 9,500 of those that are actually true ratepayers because they have multiple properties, and we're trying to live like a king, but we're with the silk purse from South Ear. We just don't have the money, and so we've got to always bear that in mind. We've got an event centre, we've got a project reclaim, we've got transformation, we've got future water costs, and we just can't afford to fund it. So I totally agree that we just really need to get the knife out and be very, very hard on what we do.
I think that's where we started today. But Brent.
I was just looking at the one here about power to Holmes Wharf. Did we not do that? I thought we'd done that previously, run services as part of the upgrade, because we'd talked about the possibility of putting a fish and chip shop at the end and other things. We never got there.
There was issues with the excavation, I believe, but Paul will tell us all about that.
I'll tell you all about it. It was certainly discussed, but proved to be far more problematic and expensive than we first thought. Main reason was that I think we almost had an offer from Network Waitaki to most of the work for free. But once they started looking at it, that became impractical. So it's quite an expensive project. So it's sitting in the background, but it sort of does get a bit chicken and the egg. It's like until we do it, we can't get a tenant at the end, but we can't justify doing it until we get sort of a firm commitment for a use out the end, because otherwise it's a very expensive resource for a very limited number of users that won't really cover the cost of installation. So it's a back issue that we'll to keep working on.
I think if you just strap some pipes under the wharf and so on, it would be all right, but you got all of the mold to get through first. Tim.
It was along the lines of the same topic, but I just can't remember when it occurred, but we had a submission regarding the pontoon and what that could do for tendering of tourists from. Is that in the project list anywhere, or did that make it in here?
It's in there somewhere. There's two parts, pontoon and was it something else that was bundled in with it for 800,000.
Because I mean the two would be very much interlinked and probably interrelated. So it'd be interesting to get some level of confidence around the projected numbers that were put forward around the likely tourist numbers and how that could all kind of mesh in together with this project.
Perhaps we could ask Chair of the Harbour Area Subcommittee.
Just in the carryover projects, that the other sheet we've got today, I think it's project number CF003, there's budget line of 859, which would be council determined wishes to proceed with construction of the floating pontoon and connection of the services to the wharf. But I believe the Harbour Committee, we removed the lighting and we've got the lights to put back in, so it would be good to actually get direction on how we can install the lights and maybe do that at the same time.
You're bearing in mind, we do have the Harbour Endowment Fund and there's potential to utilise that rather than, which will result in a loan, but not back to that. It'll be back to some external loan entity that we've got. Councillor McCain.
I would have far more faith in tar sealing Tutu Hill Road for the benefit of all, rather than the wharf with a few lights and bits and pieces down for the benefit of very few.
Okay, Councillor Hopkins.
Well, I think that's a classic example of where a business case might help. If the investment in providing the power could be shown to monetize certain aspects of activities on the wharf that aren't being monetized at the moment, or create new commercial opportunities, then it might well be worth doing. Equally, I'm wondering the extent to which we would provide, if you like, the power down the wharf, and then it would be up to individual owners to connect as they do with water and other services at the moment. Looking at other things, James White's two submissions at the very end of that page point to the fact that we've got to come to a conclusion on Beach Road, and that there is no such thing as a no-cost option. I think one estimate for the cycleway there, were that to be the preferred choice, is 2 million, and he's also proposing sealing Kakanui Bay Road to the tune of 172,000. So we have to form a view as to that, as well as further up the page, the bike track from one end of Oamaru to the other at 880,000. I'm wondering if officers have ever given thought to a library bus and whether they see that as an economic alternative to some of the bricks and mortar libraries that we have at the moment. Would it be a cheaper and arguably or potentially better option? And I think if you look at Cameron Leakey's first suggestion about the Omarama rural residential sewer to land disposal proposal, if officers say, as they have in their comments, merit in looking at this, council should consider the future asset planning and review of policies. If that is your view, it does seem to me that that should be incorporated in the LTP somehow. Or there should be further analysis done of that, because if you guys think there's merit in it, it may well be that it is something that we should be looking at, perhaps on a more timetable and detailed basis than we currently intend to do.
It would be good to know what bit of land he is referring to, whether is it along State Highway 83.
Yeah.
Just on some of the other, we have looked at library buses in the past, and probably before most of the people were around this table, and it was generally, yeah, there's some pros and cons, but I'd be very surprised if it could be done for that sort of cost. The annual operating cost would be, quite an increase on a standalone library. But I don't know whether managers have a particular opinion on it at the moment. That was quite old, that experience.
It has been discussed again in the last few years under Ms. Bean when she was with us, and was something we were looking at potentially to do some of the more remote, smaller libraries. And again, when we were talking around, struggling to find volunteers and the like. So yeah, certainly still something that is being looked at and considered, but not to the depth of costs.
Tim?
Sorry, just on the bike track, Sean Davison, number 458, is, like, obviously that's not so much a tourism type bike track, but be primarily used by residents, presumably traveling to and from work, and others at other stages for various reasons. But is under the national kind of funding that Councillor Cowles was talking about, would that kind of track qualify, or does it have to be specifically for tourism purposes? Or what percentage tourism would it need to garner to satisfy?
I think they keep changing the criteria, but because we had similar proposals that we looked at in the past, and thought we'd secured some grant funding to allow it under either the pollution reduction or commuter safety programs, and it didn't qualify. And certainly, I believe the new funding is all about essentially tourism focused. So improving cycleways for residents seems to be a very low priority for both NZTA and any other funding agency. But it's one of those things we're certainly aware of, that a cycle path that's off the road, that's spanned on the road, particularly going out to the high schools and Pakuri, would be very useful. But it's just justifying the funding by ourselves is quite difficult.
Just to counter Councillor McGowan's point earlier, I'd argue more people would use the cycleway than Tutu Hill Road. So.
Councillor McCone guarantees he won't be using the cycleway. Councillor Holding.
Just going back to James White's one on number 630, about the if it's a risk, real or perceived, will we be investigating to see if that road is dangerous or if it's getting a high use? I mean, we've gotten back saying that it's quite a high cost to do a turnaround and that sort of thing, but could be a simple solution like a speed bump. I'm not sure, but yeah, whether or not it's real or perceived.
You will have a look at it.
Okay, anything else? We will adjourn until tomorrow. So thanks everyone for all your contributions today. Same place, same time tomorrow. Well, 9 AM. Thanks very much, everyone. Thanks, officers, once again for all the work that you've gone into today and before today to make this happen.